sound. Good morning, everybody. If you want to take your seat, we will get started in 60 seconds, maybe 30 seconds. So everybody find a seat, please. Thank you. Okay, welcome everybody. We will call the August 2nd, 2022 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9:31. Now that Ben's seated. We will start, as we always do, with an invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are a member of a faith group who would like to participate in an invocation, please just contact by email kgreen@volusia.org. That's Carissa Green over there. Wave your hand, and she will get you all set up. We welcome all faiths to participate in this. So if you care to, would you stand with me for the invocation and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance? We have this morning Pastor Joseph Devono with Elevate Church of South Daytona. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Council. As we take a moment to pray, would you bow your heads with me, please? How's that? Test 1, 2. Good morning. Good morning, Council. As we take a moment, we just ask God's presence here this morning. Heavenly Father, we stand together and invite your presence within this meeting. As these council members face complex situations, give them the wisdom and the direction for today's agenda. Let truth guide them as they seek the well-being of those who call Volusia County home. We need you now more than ever, Father. So by your Holy Spirit, I ask you to bless these council members, our citizens, the present and the future. In Jesus' name, amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation, God, indivisible, liberty and justice. Council members, thank you.
Krista, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry.
Here.
Ms. Post. Here. Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Gertman. Mr. Brower.
Here. I would entertain a motion and a second to allow Dr. Lowry to participate virtually. If that be the
motion by Wheeler.
Motion by Wheeler, second by I think Danny had it first, by Johnson. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Dr. Lowry, you are free to participate. Okay, we will start with public comment. We have 3. First was Karen Clark.
Good morning. Karen Clark, Grand Avenue in Glenwood. I'm here trying to find out if there's any way that I and other people can get on a list to get zoning board emailed to us their agenda like we get our meetings from here, if there's a way of doing that. And I figured I'll ask here because everybody's listening anyway. The other thing is the speeding on Grand Avenue. So I think we can make a contract with NASCAR because they're doing all the training going north on Grand Avenue, as well as a fellow Grand Avenue person here knows about. And the last thing is I want to thank you for doing the Wildlife Corridor seminar out at the Ocean Center in, August 13th. I want to thank you guys for that, because with all the real estate people and developers coming in, they just want to chop and clear cut all the trees. We do have wildlife, and it's with the Army Corps of Engineers that actually has satellite maps of this happening. In Glenwood, we have the Florida Black Bear Trail, which stops somebody from putting in 300 houses in one spot. Unfortunately, part of that property touched mine. So I was able to do that investigation. So just so that you know, it's available and it's a free service. Army Corps of Engineers, satellite photographs of how the wildlife impacts the neighborhoods, and that's a wildlife corridor. Thanks.
Thank you. Paul Richardson?
Good morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of DeLand. We are now officially in a recession, yet much like the Afghanistan disaster, the supply chain crisis, inflation, and the baby food shortage, the Biden administration has chosen to ignore this problem too. They are ignoring it by saying we're not technically in a recession. However, as you can see, the dictionary definition says that a recession is a fall in GDP in 2 successive quarters. This was commonly accepted and widely understood definition up until a few weeks ago. Not only has the White House is the White House trying to gaslight us into thinking this isn't the definition of a recession, radical lying hacks in the media is also trying to gaslight us. No one wants to be in a recession, but we can't solve a problem if we don't even acknowledge the problem. Again, this just highlights the divide between the national government versus local government. While the federal government is burying their heads in the sand and ignoring the problem, Volusia County Council is facing a different problem head on. I am glad Chairman Breyer has taken a stand on the Pioneer Trail I-95 interchange. I'm no tree-hugging hippie myself, but the Bible tells us that we have dominion over this world, and that means that we have to be good caretakers as well. God bless them and said to them, be fruitful and increase the number, fill the earth and subdue it, rule over the fish and the sea and the birds in the sky, and over every living creature that moves on the ground. Genesis 1:28, a New International Version. Chairman Brower and the rest of the council is not only being good, godly stewards over the earth, but also responding to and being good leaders to the people of Volusia County. And I hope the state of Florida listens to them on this interchange. Thank you very much. You guys have a good day. Good meeting.
Mayor Bob Apgar.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the County Council. Bob Apgar, Mayor of DeLand, here on behalf of the DeLand City Commission. I passed out a resolution that was adopted by the City Commission last night in support of Tiger, the tugboat, being at Edstone Park. I know and understand that, Mr. Bailey has expressed some concerns about that location, and I certainly worked with him and have respect for him. In fact, when my brother was Parks and Rec director, I think he may have even hired Tim. So be that as it may, I'll get to my ask in a minute, but I talked to Pat Northey the other day and confirmed my suspicion that there haven't been a whole lot of historic applications for ECHO, and I'm not advocating one way or the other what the Land Historic Trust ought to do in terms of, gap funding or things of that nature. But as a practical matter, I just wanted to make the point that there are historic resources and we still need to work to preserve those. And one, please remember that what's proposed is a static display. I mean, school kids will not come and climb on the tugboat. It will be closed. And what I envision primarily happening is, one, World War II buffs will come and take a look. People traveling down the river will stop and take a look, or a picture or two. People like me that are the children or grandchildren of World War II veterans, and children and grandchildren of those people that helped build those things on Lake Beersford, which is in unincorporated Volusia County, will come to see this display. My ask is pretty simple. I think it's a great historic resource, and it's an incredible story. I'll tell you the truth. I would have bet the farm that Dan Friend would never get that tugboat back to the United States of America. Well, I'd be on the street, so to speak, if I'd done that. But in any event, there's a bit of time of the essence because they have limited time to store the facility and so on and so forth. But in any event, my ask is the following. I would suggest that Mr. Bailey, Mr. Friend, a member of the county manager's office, and anyone else that the county manager might deem appropriate, go out to the park together and survey it, see what Dan on the ground has planned, see if they have other suggestions or alternatives that may work. There's certainly, the critical thing is saving the tug and displaying it for the public. So again, I appreciate the time. I thank you all very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy Karaginas. There he is.
Good morning, Council, Mr. Chair, thank you. My name is Jeremy Karaginas. I'm the president of Volusia County Firefighters Local 3574. Today I'm here to comment on a recent article by the Beacon referencing the ambulance respite stations and comments made about my firefighters. The article goes on to talk about the ambulance respite stations, or these tiny homes that they're going to place on fire station property. It also references that, the firefighters don't want ambulance personnel in our stations because of disagreements about refrigerators or encroaching in on our personal space. These fire stations are public buildings, they're county buildings, and we work for the county. I'm not sure if the county was misquoted, misled, or misinformed, but the article and comments by the county and staff does not represent the views of my firefighters. We welcome everyone to our stations, from EMS to animal control officers, and we are proud that we provide fire-based transport at 2 of our stations and cohabitate at 4 of our stations with EMS personnel, and it's been done so successfully. We've even made accommodations in our stations to entice med units to stage at our Holly Hill location, because we know if there's an ambulance in that station, there's a high probability that that ambulance is going to go to that call with us, meaning that we don't have to wait on scene for 45 minutes while somebody's suffering inside their home. We've said for years that we do not believe in the system status model, and if any of you like, you can contact me on my opinion. I appreciate that Mr. Rechtenwald has always been available, and we're able to communicate through our issues, but it is not the position of my guys. So have a good day, and thank you.
Thank you. Sharice Boyd.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sharice Boyd. I'm running for Volusia County Council at large. I'm very thankful for the prayer this morning about truth. We're going to have some truth today, people. So I'm running for county council, and one of the big things on my agenda, obviously, is the talk about sex and human trafficking going on, not just in the country, the state, but in our county. The numbers do fluctuate. This county has led at times. Unfortunately, this is not a poor man's crime, as we call it. Only people with money are able to keep this crime so well hidden. Only people with the support of powerful people. Only people with positions such as leadership in elected roles, law enforcement, lawyers, judges, doctors. You've seen it. Trusted folks have violated innocent people and children. Gymnast coach for the Olympics. So don't think that this is not really happening. And I understand my message is not one that y'all want to receive, and I know this because my campaign account was hacked. My business campaign headquarters, we were evicted, not because of me, the whole process, everyone. In addition to that, where I have my personal business was raided by the police, but not my business, the whole building, because I rent space in these buildings. I understand that people and only people with money are capable of doing this. There's other things. These are just some of the truths that are out there. There's lies that I was evicted. I wasn't evicted from Alethea Drive. A paper was processed. We had we had a great relationship, but we had broke up a year before that paperwork was done. I was still living there. That is still my legal county resident address. If you want to know why I have not been at that house, because I helped Volusia County sheriffs put away a drug dealer, a gang member, and a man who used to beat my daughter. So before people allow their flunkies to go online and know why my address is protected, ask me. I'm running for county council, and I swear by God and Jesus and everybody in this room, I will take down every crooked one of y'all. I don't need your money. That's why I don't have a lot. I just need to qualify, which I did, which, by the way, when I qualified, my bank account was hacked. I have the emails, I have the information, I'll be pressing charges. I understand why you don't want me up here, and I don't care. I will continue to fight for the people, whether it be those who need their houses repaired or whatever. They don't want their land cut. They don't want the animals being destroyed. They don't want to drink shitty water, whatever it is. I fight for what's right, and I'm not afraid, and no matter what you do, I will continue to get in any race, win, lose, or draw, and I will fight fairly and honestly. This is transparency, Jeff.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I don't know how to follow that. All right. For over 4 years, I've been talking about my Fab 4, how I like the new additions to the county council, how I like what you guys are doing, and then I'm told that all of you are corrupt. And I'm looking at Heather and thinking about trafficking and the people that she's brought here, and I don't see that. I don't see her as trafficking human beings. Billy, I don't see you as trafficking human beings either. Barb, maybe. But the traffic of human beings for Barb are students. People getting jobs, people getting an education. Her trafficking is different. I don't think it's anything connected to what Sharice was alluding to. Danny, sorry, too busy to do that. Ben, you could be, possibly, because you're one of the high-connected ones. You've been here for 40, 80, 100 years or whatever. But nope, don't see that. Okay? It leaves Jeff, the last comment made. I don't see that either. Family man, 8, 12, 15 kids. Nope, not either. I don't see anyone out there. Now, Fred's not here and is a minister. Not that all ministers are fantastic, but I don't see that either. I don't see Rectenwall. I don't see the staff. I don't see Chitwood. And I understand that she may have a problem somewhere, but to broad blanket all of you guys, that all of you are corrupt, I don't see that. And I don't like that at this podium. I know it has to be done, free speech in the whole 9 yards. You let me speak, so you should let others speak it as well. So take it with a grain of salt. Secondly, there's an article in the paper about the lawns and watering. I mentioned that before. I'm wondering if you could ask staff to come up with some kind of an ordinance that when they do the landscaping of any lawn, and they're going to put in irrigation, that the cost goes up. In other words, they pay, if they want an acre of lawn, all St. Augustine grass, they don't pay a penny a gallon like the rest of us. They pay 10 cents a gallon because they're wasting drinking water on a lawn. We have to learn not xeriscaping. I don't mind a little bit of St. Augustine, but a huge amount is a waste of water. And that's where most of our water goes. Over half of our drinking water goes to St. Augustine grass. I would rather it go to people, to children, to activities that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to item 1, the consent agenda. Does anyone have an item that they would like to pull for discussion or for a vote?
Move approval.
We have a motion to approve the entire consent agenda by Post, second by Wheeler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is approved 7-0. I didn't hear Fred, but I'm sure he voted. And next we have a presentation from Lynx regarding SunRail transition. And rather than steal your thunder, I'll let George Rechtenwall, our county manager, introduce you. Thank you for coming, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Council. At the last meeting, after the WSP presentation and your vote regarding at least a direction to go into for the SunRail transition, if you recall, option 3 was voted on, which entailed picking a organization such as Lynx. You did ask if Lynx could come up and at least introduce themselves, and also you had some questions regarding getting representation on the board. Let me just say that, and I've talked to Lynx, and in a minute I'll give you this great person here, Jim Harrison, who is the head of Lynx. But we discussed that really is a board-to-board decision that'll occur, I think, as we move this process along. So the idea of you, this council, having a representative on that Lynx board. So that'll be part of discussions for sure, and I appreciate that the council lined that out. So with that, I want to introduce Jim, who really on pretty short notice was able to shift his schedule and come on up. Jim Harrison is the executive director of Lynx, and also he has been involved with SunRail really from its inception. He has a long history of working in Orange County, and he is a public works person. So of course we have a fellowship there. He's a professional engineer, and he slipped in being an attorney in there somewhere too. So he's got a big history, a lot of credentials down in the Orlando area. So it's our pleasure to have him up here today. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jim to talk a little bit about Lynx.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. It's very much a pleasure to be here this morning. When George asked me to come over here and just kind of introduce myself, I jumped at the chance. I have a very, very brief presentation here this morning. It's a very high-level presentation. It's all stuff that you, I think, already know, but it just will serve as kind of a framework for an introduction. George told you a little bit about me. I've known and worked with a number of your staff for many, many years. I'm a native of Florida. I grew up in this community, went to school in this community, and I'm very much committed to this community. I am the executive director and chief executive officer of Lynx at this time. And I just wanted to come here, as I said this morning, really to just introduce myself. As I've known and worked with many of your staff, but I haven't met a number of you, and I just want you to know that I'm available to you should you need to call on me. The presentation, I'll tell you a little bit about Lynx as an organization. I've got some transitional slides in there about SunRail. This is all stuff that you all already know. And then we'll talk a little bit about the transition options that you discussed with WSP. Lynx is a creature of state statute. We were formed back in the 80s as the Central Florida Regional Transit Authority. Actually, part of our authorizing legislation includes the goal to create a plan for a commuter rail system. As you all know, Lynx right now is comprised of a 3-county area, Orange, Seminole, and Osceola counties, about 2,500 square miles, and a resident population of about a little over 2 million people. That authorizing legislation creates a 5-member governing board, which is the mayors of Orange County and City of Orlando, and representatives from Osceola and Seminole County, and a representative from Florida Department of Transportation, District 5. I'm sure familiar with just the general function of Lynx. The main thing that folks are familiar with is the 40-foot and 60-foot buses that run around and pick up passengers. We have a somewhat larger family of service even now. We run the downtown Orlando circulator called Limo. We have a variety of on-demand areas called Neighbor Links. We run the paratransit system for Central Florida. We refer to it as Access Links. We have the Road Ranger program on I-4, and we've handled that for a number of years. And we have a very successful van pooling program. Just in terms of size, we've got 68 routes called, appropriately enough, Lynx, that serve the area. We're nearly a 24-hour per day operation with peak frequency, which is what we would strive to do every 15 minutes. We run on the average about every 30 minutes in urban areas. Most of our ridership serves major tourist destinations. On the annual service, I want to comment on that a little bit here. We provide about 50,000 rides each day, over 14 million passenger trips in fiscal 21. I want to point out that this is post-COVID. I think when you received the presentation on SunRail, you received pre-COVID numbers for SunRail. Our pre-COVID numbers run about 75 to 80,000 passengers per day and about 25 million passenger trips in 2019. The purpose of this slide is just to highlight Lynx's interaction with federal, state, and local organizations. We interact very, very extensively with the Federal Transit Administration, and we receive a great deal of oversight from the Federal Transit Administration, through the NTD, through the TAM, through a number of other documents. We report, of course, to the Florida Transportation Commission. We work very closely with the Florida Department of Transportation on a number of issues as well. So we have a great deal of oversight and interaction both at the state and the federal level. I'll tell you a little bit about Lynx's budget. Lynx's annual budget runs about $280 million a year. Of course, like most budgets, we're separated into an operating budget and a capital budget. Our operating budget, the largest part of our operating budget is salaries and wages. It's about 55%. Another 18 to 20%, depending on the year, goes through the purchase transportation services. Our paratransit operation, which is the service that we provide for the most vulnerable in our community, is all privatized. So we run that through contracts. And then the rest of our expenses, of course, fuel is a large expense, materials and supplies, and and other issues. And we're on the operating side, which is about $177 million. From an operating revenue standpoint, a little over 60% of that funding comes from the local government funding partners. A portion comes from customer fares. Of course, as you, I'm sure, are aware, transit does not come anywhere close to paying for itself. It's a subsidized operation. And then we receive revenue from other federal, state sources, from contract services, from advertising, and other sources. On the capital side, the majority of our capital budget goes to purchasing vehicles. Well, about half of our capital budget goes to purchasing vehicles. That's projected next year at about $100 million. About a quarter of it goes to facilities, like our operations-based upgrades and that kind of thing. And then we have passenger amenities, which are, bus benches, bus stops, those kinds of things. The vast majority of the funding for our for our capital budget comes from the federal government. We get that through federal grants, hence our extensive interaction with FTA, and a small portion of it comes from state and local sources, but about 92% comes from the federal government. Let me transition a little bit now and talk about SunRail. And all this information on SunRail is information that you are already very, very familiar with. But I just kind of want to use it as a transition. As you know, SunRail was created back in 2007 when the funding partners improved the commuter rail interlocal agreements that we've all become painfully familiar with. The governor approved that in 2011, and those agreements, the interlocal agreements, interlocal funding agreement, interlocal operating agreement, and interlocal governance agreement, provided that the Department of Transportation would be responsible for the design, permitting, construction of the system, provided that DOT would pay for the first several years of operating expenses. And it also created the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission, which of course you are quite familiar with, and that's representatives from Orange, Seminole, Osceola, the City of Orlando, and naturally Volusia County. The SunRail operation has been under construction for a number of years now. 61 miles, 40 trains, 17 stations, including the DeLand station, which DOT hopes to open in early 2024. And the reason that is a key point that I want to make on this slide is that's what triggers the transition under those interlocal agreements that I mentioned earlier. That's what triggers the transition from DOT operation and funding to local government operation and funding. So under the terms of the agreement, at a certain point of time, DOT washes their hands, not actually, but DOT steps back from SunRail and turns the operations and funding responsibilities over to the Commuter Rail Commission. And that brings us to the reason that I'm here today. As you all know, you heard a week or so ago that the Commuter Rail Commission hired a consultant to evaluate the transition of SunRail from DOT to the local Commuter Rail Commission. The WSP is the consultant that was hired. WSP evaluated three primary options, which was create an entire new agency that the Commuter Rail Commission would be responsible for and administer, create a somewhat smaller organization that would contract out a bunch of services, and the third option was enter into a contract with an existing organization that perhaps had some infrastructure in place to operate SunRail. And then subsequent to that, that initial three-option evaluation, they further subdivided the third option into potential agencies. Potential agencies were Brightline, the Central Florida Expressway Authority, and Lynx. And that was just you know, there's a limit to the number of entities in a region that have the capability to operate something like this. So they did that analysis, and each of the options were evaluated. Along the way, CFX, the Expressway Authority, and Brightline fell out, and Lynx, a transition to Lynx seems to be emerging as a likely option. And so that's what generated, of course, my presence here today, because, and I want to be very, very clear, and I think George has probably mentioned to you, I'm not here to advocate. I'm not here to suggest to you that you should pick this option, that you should pick one of the other options. I'm here for the sole purpose of saying, if you do choose to pick this option, we work for you. We will work for you. That's, you know, we will be committed to your interests, and that's really why I'm here today. This slide is my last slide. And this you have seen before. The consultant, WSP, I think probably showed you this slide, and I shamelessly plagiarized it just for purposes of, you know, just kind of providing an outline for our conversation here. Under option 3, which is, you know, Lynx would be the operating agency, the Commuter Rail Commission, of which Volusia County is a part, still serves as the governing board, still serves as the governing body. And this brings me to probably the most important point. It should have been higher on this list, the third from the bottom bullet, that it requires an agreement between the commission and Lynx. It requires a detailed agreement between the Commuter Rail Commission and the board of directors of Lynx. And so as we should you all decide to go in this direction, we would go forward with negotiating the detail of that agreement, and with making sure in that agreement that the concerns and the interests of all of the local government funding partners are adequately addressed. And so I just want to be clear that the next step on this would be the sit down of negotiating a detailed agreement. In the WSP evaluation, Lynx appears to be the least expensive option. And one of the primary reasons for that is it leverages the experiences, the assets, and the services of the existing agency. Lynx's experience dealing in the federal arena, which is complicated, but we do it every day for budget numbers that are much larger than SunRail's. The assets and services. You know, for instance, and I'll come to this in the next bullet as well, but you know, there's already an existing human resources infrastructure. There's already an existing accounts payable infrastructure and so forth. We don't need to create a new infrastructure and hire a full-time equivalent person for something that's going to take 3 hours a month, kind of thing. And so that's one of the reasons I think that it has emerged as one of the most efficient options. Would require that Lynx hire approximately 9, and that's a somewhat fluid number, but approximately 9 additional employees. These would be specialists in rail operations, rail legal matters, and so forth. Lynx has transit across the nation is, most mature transit agencies across the nation are some combination of rail and bus transit. That's what most folks do. It's what you see in New York and Washington and so on and so forth. They're a combination. So my point there is, as we have hired people over the years, we've tried to bring in people that have rail experience as well as bus experience, and we have made an effort to do that. But also, it's just been kind of a natural. That's just what happens. We hire people from from Washington, and they come in with having operated not only a bus system but a rail system. But we would hire a certain number of new employees, one of which would be a director or a chief operating officer, whatever we choose to call it, that would be reporting directly to the Commuter Rail Commission. So there would be a direct line of contact, and of course, I'm always there, but that direct line of contact utilizes existing Lynx office space. We have office space in Orlando. It sheds the risk from the Commuter Rail Commission to the already established Lynx and to the contractors of Lynx. If, for instance, I think that was really juxtaposed against the first option, which was create a brand new organization which retains all the risk to the Commuter Rail Commission, and that was seen as a somewhat less desirable option. As I mentioned, the policy and decision making would route through me and through the executive director, and I am, for the folks that have known me, I am committed to this community, and so you certainly have my assurance that I am sensitive to your concerns. As George said, I've been involved in SunRail for many years, as both in engineering and public works, and as a policy advisor. And I know that there are concerns out there. There's concerns out there from every partner, but I know that Volusia County has a number of concerns. So my point here is simply that we are sensitive to that, understand that, and committed to addressing those concerns as we go through the development of this agreement. There's a lot of things that I can't answer today. I don't have an answer, because some of this is just going to have to be negotiated. We're going to have to sit down at table. Should we go this direction? Again, I don't want to predetermine this or be seen as advocating, but should you decide to go this direction, we'll have to sit down at table and negotiate out a lot of these things. So I don't have firm answers for a lot of this stuff other than to say, we hear you, we'll work with you. So, Mr. Chair and board members, that really is what I came here to say today. And I just wanted to introduce myself, and I will be happy to stand for any questions that members might have.
We do have questions. Before I ask Billy to start, I just want to thank you again for coming. You probably know that at our last council meeting, there was unanimous agreement here that option 3 was the one that we disliked the least.
Understood.
and they wanted more information on Lynx and what that would look like. So we really appreciate you coming in and giving us more direction. What the council may not know that I need them to know as they ask questions is that on Thursday we will be voting on this, on transition. But that does not require that I vote for, Lynx is a done deal. We, in my opinion, and I need direction from all of you, I think for me to vote for it, I need more information. And one is, we currently have no representation on the Lynx board. That would be a requirement for me. I need to hear from you on that. Number 2, Mr. Harrison just said that, and he's correct, that there's a lot to be negotiated with the agreement. I don't want to vote for any entity, and this is not a poor reflection of Lynx, but I think we should see the contract first and see the agreement and know what we're voting for before we vote for that. So I need direction from you. What do you want? Your position, how do you want your position to be expressed to the Rail Commission meeting on Thursday? And then I'll say this, that it's my understanding, my belief that the original controlling documents for Lynx requires this vote to be a unanimous vote on that board, that all 5 members need to be in agreement before we can change it. So with that, Billy.
Well, you kind of stole my thunder, but because I was going to ask that, what are the that was one of the questions that I had at the very beginning was, how can we get a representation on that commission? To me, that's really important. We are always saying if we're not at the table, we're part of the meal. And I feel like we have been a lot in this whole SunRail. We've just been a financial participant, you know, but not listened to a lot. So it's really important to me that we're a part of the conversation. So how does that happen? That
Mr. Chair, do I respond directly?
Please.
Thank you, Councilwoman. There's really two mechanisms, as I understand it, for membership on the board of Lynx. One is by modifying the state statute. That's a legislative action. You know what would be involved there. The other is a somewhat more arcane process that I have seen referenced that would allow the Lynx board to invite an adjacent jurisdiction in as a member for certain items. In other words, in this case, SunRail related items. I am certainly as a staff person, I have no authorization to say to you that that you can do it. I think it's a very viable option. I think it's one that would be received with interest. But I certainly can't make a commitment.
yeah.
On
So,
that.
Mr. Chair, that would be my comments before I would like to see a positive yes on signing anything. I think we do need to see a contract, but I also think we need to be at the table.
May I address the contract issue? One of the things, Mr. Chair, that you just mentioned is before you take a vote, you would need to see the contract. Might I suggest that one of the things I think you will hear on Thursday is that before we deploy all the resources that are going to be involved in negotiating such a contract, that the Commuter Rail Commission is at least going to want to have some direction that this is the preferred option. Because I think it's going to be some fairly extensive negotiations, and it'll take up a lot of your staff time and a lot of staff time on the parts of the other funding partners. So I think that you'll hear, and again, this is not my say, but I think you're going to hear they want at least, is this the direction that we want to go? And I think that, should we get it, should you give that direction on Thursday, should we then get into the details of contract negotiation and it just fall apart, then you could go back and start with another option. But I think that some of the other funding partners are going to want to hear just a general agreement that that's the right direction to start going.
Correct, and I think that's probably what Billy and I are both asking for, that on Thursday, we do need to have a vote, and do we get more information? For me, it's, let's take the next step, investigate this, negotiate a contract, but before I vote for, unless this council tells me differently, for the absolute final concrete, Lynx is it, I would want to see the contract. Ben Johnson.
I stand with them. We're not talking about thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're talking about millions of dollars for the Volusia County residents with no representation. That is not acceptable. There is a way to go to speed this up a little bit. And what you do is you start right now by crafting legislation that puts us on that board. So at least we have the legislation. They can't handle it until next spring. But to immediately go out and get a state rep and a state senator who will commit to putting the bill in. And it's pretty much a no-brainer bill that if you have it, and if our people on that board down there, that they commit publicly that they will support this, it gives it a little easier for us. That they commit so that it is there, the media knows about it, it's in the records. We have the state legislation to hand off, and they got their local lobbyists to make sure these legislators are doing it. That would put me a whole lot more at ease about what we're doing. It's gonna be kinda hard to put this thing off until next spring. So some of it, what we have to do is take our partners at value and put a little trust in them, which they've kind of stretched that out a little bit.
Understood.
You know, we've been a red-headed step-youngin in this whole thing, and that's not acceptable. So, but that would alleviate some of my fears if I could see that what they're gonna do, they have a positive motion going ahead, and we can stand on it. At least we can waive it to the press and to the people if somebody backs out on us.
Barb, before I call on you, let's hear from Michael Dyer.
Sure. Just to follow up with Mr. Johnson's comment and Mr. Harrison had pointed to, there is some language in the existing statute for Lynx that would allow the board to expand its board partnership. I think that's what Mr. Harrison was referring to, that as we have these discussions, absent a change of the statute, which always could be done, but I think there's some authority now that would allow, at least for a discussion about what could the relationship be between this governing body and Lynx as we move forward on the negotiations. And I think the chair is correct in that, you know, I think you have WSP seeking direction as the transition consultant on which option to pursue, but obviously whatever direction the SunRail Commission decides to go in, ultimately it's going to have to result in a negotiated contract, which we're going to come back for you.
Vice Chair Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I guess that's where I'm going with this. This is no different than any other guidance that comes before us, and we're trying to understand what's the best choice. We've said option 3. That then goes back and it determines what the next steps are. Nothing becomes ironclad from there. We're not locked into anything from there. Everything has to come back to us anyway.
Absolutely.
So I think, again, the option of the Lynx board saying, you know, for SunRail concerns, Volusia needs to be part of that if we're going forward, and, you know, we need to be at that table. We don't need to be at the table for everything in regards to Lynx and decisions. So I think the comfort level is challenging because this issue for SunRail for many is challenging. So, but I don't think the decision today is going to resolve that for anybody other than me, right? Because I believe in public transportation, and it never is going to pay for itself. It's a subsidized service, and people movers always have been and always will be. And that's no disrespect to our voters and our tax dollars, but it's also a vision for the future of where we need things to go and how we prepare for our infrastructure, roads, and again, people movers for our future. So I thank you. I thank you for your presentation, and I certainly still support option 3, and that would be my direction for guidance.
Thank you. Just one last question for me, and this is probably unfair because it's something that anticipate it will be negotiated by the SunRail Commission. But a big part of the Lynx expense now, is in any company, is personnel. And you have said you anticipate hiring 9 plus or minus people with rail experience to do this. Do you have any idea in your mind how that would be charged to the partners?
I can't. You know, that is, as you correctly said, Mr. Chair, that's something that'll have to be negotiated. My assumption would simply be that would be divided up amongst the funding partners as are most of the other costs associated with SunRail. And we'll just have to decide whether that's on a boardings basis, or I would think it would be on a boardings basis, but you know, we'll just have to decide that. That's what I would expect. That's a fairly modest expense. You know, the much larger expenses for because so So just to make sure that I don't misspeak on this, I don't think there's any expectation that Volusia County somehow starts paying for Lynx bus operations in any way, shape, or form. To the extent that there are a couple of people in the Lynx operation, we've gone through the analysis on this, and we've arrived at, there's maybe 2 to 3 FTEs in HR. I'll give you a specific example. Lynx has about 1,200 employees. Adding 9 people to 1,200 employees is it's an almost incalculable impact on the HR budget. Accounts payable, those, we already have a machine in place to do all of that. The small additional costs that might be associated with SunRail, we'll have to figure out whether that's something that, that is distributed amongst the funding partners. But in any case, we're talking about, it's 9 new employees, and WSP has come up now with about 2 FTEs. Let's just say it's 5, So we're talking like 15 employees total. So it's a fairly modest cost. But the big cost, the large cost, obviously, is in the contract operation, the Alstrom contract, the Herzog contract, so forth.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate you coming in, Mr. Harrison. It has been it's been helpful for all of us. I would just ask the board here one last question. That it sounds like we're in agreement that what I would feel most comfortable with for all of you is to vote to proceed with option 3 with these requirements that we get more information coming back about representation. That's we need that, and to see the final contract agreement, and that vote on the contract in my mind would be the would be what seals the deal.
Final step.
This is a vote to proceed and give you authority, because it's a lot of work to get there from here on out. So everybody's agreed on that, on those 2 things. Thank you very much for coming in. Are you taking the train back?
I am not, unfortunately. I wish I were. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and George, Mr. Rechtenwald, and Mr. Dyer know how to get a hold of me.
Yes.
So please don't hesitate to reach out if I can, anytime I can provide information or help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that brings us to item 3. CareerSource Youth Employment and Talent Initiative, YETI presentation. Welcome.
YETI.
YETI.
And I'm joined by several. I'm not doing this by myself this morning. Good morning. Robin King, President and CEO of CareerSource Flagler Volusia. First, I would like to say thank you to the chair. That I think the way the process works is you are the one who appoints the council members to the various boards, and Councilwoman Gertman is the type of board member that we all would like to have. Go ahead and have a seat for right now. Not-for-profits need engaged board members, and Councilwoman Gertman is just that. And she chairs the committee that oversees YETI. Both she and I publicly last night were saying that we participated in a youth program called CETA. The federal government used to fund summer youth programs, and the last one we had over 600 participate. That's not available anymore. So we have learned to be a little bit more creative. Several boards across the state of Florida have done this using the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families funds. It has a purpose of job prep. So back in the spring of, well, let's see, I guess the last time we had met was early March of 2020. We were creating a program that, of course, got shelved for the last couple of years. But during that time, Joe Sullivan with the Boys and Girls Club had approached me. The county was going to be funding some junior staffers, and there was others, and he asked if we want to be part of that. And that kind of created this idea, instead of us creating a program, why don't we just invest in those mentorship programs that are already in our community? And this is our second year, and we just wanted to bring some of the highlights to you so that you would see what we're doing. So there's 2 flyers that you have. The first is kind of some highlights from each of the providers. They weren't all able to join me today, but we're doing this because we're building our future workforce. And this growth mindset that you see on this one flyer really kind of came from DJ Lebo, who is the CEO of the Early Learning Coalition. She joins me here this morning as well. We've been working together kind of on this continuum of educating our young ones so that they can be successful and thrive as they move forward. And then the other flyer that I presented, you have, it lists all the different providers we had: Boys and Girls Club, Catalyst, Child's Academy, Community Healing Project, Mr. and Ms. Mentoring, Sisters Build Network, and Man Up Mentoring. The qualifications that the young adults had to have, how much we had spent last year, and then what we had anticipated serving this year. What I like the most is the majority of the funds that we're spending are earned directly by the young adults that are participating, whether it's an incentive for attending the classes, or if they actually do a work component that they're paid for that. On the flip side of that, you'll see a word cloud, and I just put that in there because all of these words came from the proposals that the providers had done. This is what they want to provide to the young adults, whether that is job training, entrepreneurship, high order thinking, employability skills. It is a tremendous opportunity for these young adults. I got to hear some of them last night at a meet and greet that Sisters Build did at the DeLand Commission. And this is an investment in our future. And so with that, I'm going to ask that they're all going to come up and share directly with you. We have Joe Sullivan with the Boys and Girls Club, then Felicia Benzo with Catalyst Global Initiatives, and then Primrose Cameron with Sean King will come up. So first, Joe and team.
Thank you, members of the commission. I'm really proud of this program. We've been doing it for a lot of years, and this has really helped us because everybody remembers their first job, right?
Yes.
And this past year, we've had 19 junior staff, 12 are still employed with us, 4 have started college, and 3 have been promoted to adult positions. So we've had a really good experience there. YETI program, we get some money from the county from this, but we also get money from Bank of America, PNC, Fairwinds, Duke Energy. Everybody's afraid, no offense, guys, but this young workforce coming up right now doesn't have the soft skills, you know, the looking people in the eye. These guys' job is hard. Every day they're putting on Band-Aids, they're breaking up fikes, they're serving lunch, and it's a 10-hour day in the summer. So they're doing a great job for us. I'm really proud of them, and I'm going to let them each speak, but I just want to leave you with this. We did this back in the 90s, and we've got 2 of our junior staff, one of them from 98, Yvette Roman, she's now our club director at Lake Helen, and Jaime Brasario is on our board now. And he won't tell me how much money he makes, but he's the director of clinical operations for Halifax, and he has 7 times more employees. So I think he makes a little bit more than me. But I'm really proud of him. And again, I think what we're doing right now is developing kids to get ready for the workforce. Whatever they're going to do, these skills kind of are interchangeable. So I'm going to turn it over and let each of them speak.
Hello, my name is Deidre Jones. I'm the Youth of the Year for Boys and Girls Clubs of Volusia and Flagler counties. A little speech for y'all. In our Boys and Girls Clubs, we teach young people about judgment, creativity, decision-making, communication, and collaboration, all highly sought-after skills by employers. We believe that when every young person has access to quality out-of-school opportunities that intentionally support their workforce readiness, they are well-positioned for great futures. Boys and Girls Club's evidence-informed approach to workforce readiness puts holistic skill development and career exposure at the forefront of each club member's experience. The goal is to provide all youth, especially through their teen years, with the knowledge and skills they will need to go on to their workforce. They are giving learning experiences they will need to succeed in life and work. The program we utilize is the evidence-based program known as Career Launch. We are currently have 68 teens who are enrolled in this program for 2022, with 8 of these as paid junior staffs, which I'm a junior staff at the Boys and Girls Club. We plan to increase that number to at least 16 before the end of the year. The program Career Launch is the Boys and Girls Club's job readiness and career preparation program for teens. It provides fun and interactive activities for youth ages 13 to 18 to explore a broad range of career areas, match their interests to career clusters, and identify the skills and education needed for their particular career path. It is specifically designed to support teens by engaging them in high-yield activities that encourage career exploration, promote skills and development, and foster work-based learning experiences. The program prepares teens in securing that first job, summer employment, internships, and planning for their post-secondary education and career success. Personally, I've worked for the club for like a year and a half now. I've been a club kid for 12 years. This program is amazing. It's technically my first job post-COVID. I don't know what I would do without the club. This experience, I'm now using my skills. I have a job offer in Tampa where I'm going to go to USF at. I'm using the skills I've learned. But I'm using the skills I've learned here at the club and in the community to go into my first big girl job and into the workforce now with my first big girl paychecks. So I'm super excited, and I'm really thankful for everything the club has to offer. Thank you.
Just tell folks what.
Hi, my name is Tavani. I'm 17 years old. I started coming to the club when I was 8 years old, and I became a junior staff once I became 16. I've had the opportunity to be with the youth and do a lot of things with them, especially like the ones coming from group homes, the ones that hasn't like been loved. We showed them love and respect and everything that they need to become a young adult. I have given the opportunity to get in a drone class this year, and I'm thankful for Mr. Joe for that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Embry Riddle is teaching 6 of these kids to become drone pilots, and they can become licensed and make $30 to $40 an hour at age 16. So thank you for reminding me.
Hello, my name is Kenneth. I'm 17, currently going into my senior year. The club, when I first started, I didn't think I was gonna actually start working at the club. I met Miss Althea a couple weeks after I had lost my dad, and she told me about the club and everything. And when I got into the club, I was very shy. I wasn't really talkative to other people, but when I told Miss Althea about my dad and everything, she started giving me these, everywhere she goes, I go, and giving me these opportunities. And I thank her for getting me this job, because without her, I don't think I would be here. Had many opportunities at the club. I was went to Tallahassee with Mr. Joe. Yeah, other one. Was the youth of the year for my club. And yeah, it's just, the club is full of opportunities. When kids come to the club, our job is to make sure they have fun, and that's what we do. But yeah.
And Chance McKelving is our area director, and he's kind of the guy doing all the work behind the scenes. So I wanted to thank him. Chance, did you have anything to add? Before you do, though, I do need to let you know that Dee Dee kind of chewed me out. She said, well, how come you're not dressed perfect? You're always wearing a tie. I got to go help one of the clubs move today. So she took me to task. Chance?
Thank you, Joe. My name is Chance. I'm one of the area directors for the Boys and Girls Clubs. And really, just to echo what everyone has said so far, this program really is powerful. You know, it's cute and fun to teach little ones ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, but the real work begins when they get to their teenage years, when they're trying to find out who they really are, not just within our club, but within our community, within our world. So I want to, say thank you for your time. Thank you to Robin King from CareerSource for helping us with this, and have a great morning. Thank you.
Before
Good
you
morning,
s-
good morning, good
Before
morning.
you start, I've got two people. Do you want to save your comments to the end, or did you want to
I
interject
think,
now?
let's save it to the
Okay.
end. Let's let them.
All right. Sorry for the
Okay.
interruption.
I think it's
So
important to hear.
Catalyst was approached with this opportunity, and this is the finishing touches for the Catalyst kids. And a lot of our kids start in 3rd grade with the mentoring. And then we have the 2 male and female group mentoring programs. They're in 3 of the schools throughout the Volusia County area. But when Ms. King said, we have an opportunity for job prep for these young people, this is it. This is what we needed. And so, as you know, Frederick Douglass said, it's easier to build a strong kid than to correct broken man. And that's what this is about. They're not getting it in school. They may not even be getting it at home because parents are struggling for whatever reason. But as a community that's dedicated to young people, we're able to give them these skills that they need. So whenever you look up, you have a qualified person. And our first year, we had 23 children. I'm sorry, young people, because they're not children at this age. But we had 23 of them, and 9 got jobs after they finished their rotations. This year, 4 are being hired this year, or they're looking to have jobs. They've been interviewed already. The whole point is we take them for 6 weeks. We put them out there with the county, with the cities, with the 501c3s, all the hospital locations and sites have them as well. They probably wonder, what in the world is this coming to them? But they have learned that these young people are capable, and that's what I want for them. So we have Mr. Brown here, who this year was the coordinator. We had 33 kids that we had out invading the community, but working. And we had all kinds of 501c3s that needed help this year because there was a lot of food distribution issues with personnel. The hospitals needed more volunteers as well. So Mr. Brown, would you come up and talk just briefly about what you did? Thank you.
Good morning, County Council. My name is Christian Brown from Deltona. I had the opportunity of coordinating the summer internship for Catalyst this summer. And as you all know, it takes a village. And that's what this was about. Some of the young people that we came across had no soft skills whatsoever. They had no vision of what they were going to do moving towards the future. They had absolutely no job preparation, no career or professional development up until this point. And being able to see them blossom and grow from the beginning of the 6 weeks to the end of their 6-week rotation has been phenomenal to be able to watch, to be a part of, and to be able to help guide them through that process. We now have young people that are budgeting their money. We now have young people with bank accounts for the first times in their lives. We have young people with impeccable biographies and impeccable resumes to be able to send out to potential places of employment. We have young people that are now leaders in their communities. They're sharing their experiences with their friends, with their family members. And now their friends in school want to know, well, how can I get a summer job? In addition to the 6-week rotation, we also had 5 weeks worth of prep through workshops. One was in person at Stetson University, and the rest were held on Zoom. And we covered things from professional development, from a HR manager from a large corporation that spoke to them and went over that with them. We covered financial literacy. We covered things like goal setting. So we really focused on the skills that these young adults are going to need to be able to hit the ground running and to be successful, kind of get over that learning curve ahead of time. Because in Volusia County, there are no vocational schools. And I'm a product of a vocational high school. And that's my testament as to how I was able to accomplish everything that I have been able to in my life. So this has definitely been an opportunity. It's been a hand up for all of these young people. If we could hear from two of them now. Creighton?
Cameron, Primrose and then have them come up as well with her. Yeah, and then I would have the children speak.
Right, excellent. So greetings everyone and happy Tuesday. My name is Primrose Cameron, the founder of Sisters Bell Network for Girls Incorporated. Super excited that we will be celebrating our 5th anniversary next year. But this was our 2nd anniversary working with CareerSource and with Councilwoman Gertman. You know, it's one thing to have a vision. It's another for others to believe in the vision, but it's also something extra special about those who share in the vision, about impacting the lives of our youth. And so we had this grand opportunity this year. Our program went from 28 students last year to 50 students this year. I know. Jumped. And just actively engaging with Main Street, which is downtown DeLand, just an array of businesses such as Miss Preppy Pants and Pretty Little Things and the Landis Law Firm engaging, and also being in Deltona with New Hope, and also being in Daytona with Greek Nalia. And so we had a grand opportunity, about 18 businesses that opened their doors really wide for 40 of our youth, ages 14 through 18. We have one student now who's readily prepared to move on into her college years, but has her first job under her belt. And I'm going to share my time with one of our students. Happens to be a 4.0 student, by the way. He'll be starting off at DeLand High. I told him to go everywhere he goes, say, I'm Jaden, the 4.0 student. But he was able to participate in our program as well. Jaden.
Good morning. My name is Jaden Griffith. I'm 13, going into the 9th grade. And though I am not old enough to get a job yet, I was still very fortunate to be a part of this program. It offered me a lot of opportunities and things that most children wouldn't get to learn growing up, so I'm just very thankful to be incorporated with all of this, and it'll better prepare me for the future and whatever's to come. So thank you, Ms. Cameron, thank you, Mr. King, and thank you for everyone else who is giving me these opportunities to grow and learn as a young man.
That's beautiful. Would you bring the young lady back up?
You're 13?
Yes.
That's encouraging for our future.
Yeah. Would you bring up the young lady, and Joe, if you would have your twins? Not your twins, but you know what I mean.
I'll introduce them. This is Rakeisha and Raquela. They have worked for me now 2 years on this program. First, I would like to say that being president of the Boys and Girls Club, you know, investing in our youth, I think, is a top priority. And I think by all of you, Barb and everyone, and Jeff and Billy and all the councilmen, we appreciate you giving them this experience, putting them in front of you, letting our community see how important it is to invest in our youth and the impact it will make for all of our tomorrow. This is Raquela and Rakeisha, or I could have them reverse, but they have been with me for 2 years. They are 2 lovely young ladies from our community right here in DeLand, and they've done an outstanding job. They've had the opportunity to be exposed to a lot of different magnificent events, to some great community work as well. So I'm gonna let them share a little bit about the program, but thank you to all of you for taking this time for them.
Hello. Well, I'm Rakeisha, not Raquela, but I've been with Sisters Bill since it started like 5 years ago, and ever since then I've learned to be more social with other people, and I continued to learn it last year when we started working with Mr. Joe Hearn, and we started working at multiple events, and I'm really grateful for meeting everybody in the program.
My name is Raquela, and I just want to say thank you to Ms. Primrose and Mr. King and everyone that helped out with the program and making it happen. And I enjoy working with Mr. Joe and getting to see new faces and learn like get more like experiences with other people. So
good job. There's a young lady that was going to speak, and then I had her not do it, so I apologize for that. Please bring her up.
This is Anaya Drayton, and she is on her 2nd interview at Advent Health DeLand.
Oh.
Hi, my name is Anaya, and I'm a high school graduate, and this program really gave me an opportunity because I didn't know where I would have been, because like after I just got out, I didn't have my job yet. I didn't know anything, but when I did this program, it gave me a lot of opportunities. And working at the hospital, it really opened up my mind. I said, you know, I think I'll apply. And I'm glad they gave me the resources that I needed to go ahead and get through. And now I'm waiting for the interview. But I'm thankful for Mr. Brown, and I'm thankful for Mr. Blitzo, Ms. Benzo, that they gave me this opportunity. Thank you.
So good morning, I'm Sean King, founder of Man Up, and I'm a product of Volusia County. I went to Enterprise Elementary, Deltona Middle, Deltona Junior High, DeLand High School, and was the first graduating class of Deltona High School. And what I remember growing up is I worked for my father when I was 13. So I worked at an ice cream store, a laundromat. My mother had a boutique. So from 13 all the way to 50 now, I've always been working. So when to look at young people, they have this opportunity, right? So I thank Volusia County. I thank Barb Gerben for always working with us. I thank you for Robin King for giving us the opportunity. Thank you to all the people here, Ms. Benzo, Boys and Girls Club. But this is preventive maintenance, right? You know, a lot of times we receive phone calls about problems and reactive. This is preventive maintenance for us. We build these young men, young women to be leaders for tomorrow. So thank you for the opportunity. I mean, this year we did a Juneteenth event. We had all of our young people participate. It was the best of DeLand could offer, right? Everybody working together. Our young people got a chance to work, be encouraged. So I implore you to continue this development of our young people going forward. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for all who participated. And please give a hand for our young people who were there.
Good evening. Good morning. My name is Zaire. And I just want to address the elephant in the room. Is it freezing in here, or is it just I? For 6 weeks, I was placed at a recreational center in Daytona, and I served as a coach, as a counselor for youth younger than I, and just an amazing experience, giving these kids someone to look up to, someone to interact and help them. Communication skills and leadership skills definitely were added on to the arsenal, and it was just an amazing experience, because at one point I was, yay high going through the same type of thing. So to be able to give back to the community and back to the city is just amazing. And yes, I want to thank Ms. Benzo and Mr. Brown for giving me this opportunity to help and serve, and I'm looking forward to doing it next year. All right, thank you.
Excuse me. Before you guys leave, will you just make sure to give me the correct spelling of everybody's name for the record?
So thank you for taking time today. Last night, I got to hear from some of the businesses who have participated with the Sisters Build and Man Up. And what I was just so pleased with is that they were showing these young adults they have value by putting them into real work. They weren't like put over in the corner to say, go file something or go sweep something. I mean, they were engaged with other young ones, as the young man just spoke to. They are doing real work of value, which shows them that they have that value. And we all learned that from our first boss, right? And they're also learning that their first job is not their last job. It's just a one step. So with that, we're all happy to take any questions or comments.
Vice Chair Barb Gertman, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. You know how proud I am of each and every one of you. And I want to say thanks to the council for allowing this opportunity, but it's what we should be doing. We should be letting our community know how important our youth are. And as Sean said, this is preventative maintenance, right? This is planting seeds and sowing seeds throughout our community to show the value of our youth to the people, but also to themselves. And we talk about an environment where it's hard to find good people with skills and employable. We've got to start earlier. So I'm just really proud of the efforts, the opportunity, and we need to invest more in these types of programs. So that's the other reason why I felt it's important to put it on the record, let people know the value and the benefit and the progress that's been made, because when there are resources, this is how we need to invest in our youth across the city, the county, the state, and the nation, because they are our future, and they're the ones who's going to be taking care of us when we can't take care of ourselves. So thank you. I appreciate you, Robin.
And Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, thank you. Barbara, thank you so much for being such a good representation for Volusia County. Really, you've done an amazing job with Robin. This is terrific. It's one of the big successes, and I think it will continue to grow because this is the core of Volusia County where we need to hit. We need to hit the youth. The one lady mentioned, we don't want to have to deal with them later on when they're out there and they have nothing. Let's train them. Let's give them skills. Deirdre, good to see you, my dear friend. Sat with her at the Boys and Girls Club. What an amazing young woman, and I wish you all the luck in the world. There's no doubt in my mind you are going to succeed. You are an amazing, amazing girl. And Mr. Jaden 4.0, you, each and every one of you are so special, and I'm just excited about this whole program. I think it's just an absolute wonderful opportunity, and I just thank you for thinking outside of the box. Ms. Gertman is always saying that, and this was thinking out the box, and she brought that representation. And again, Barbara, thank you so much for representing Volusia County and all, one of the boards that are so important. Tremendous, tremendous. Thank you, all of you kids. Keep moving. And those are in the drone thing, let me tell you. My son is working for a company called Census, and that was started by a couple Embry-Riddle young men in the Micah Complex Research Center. It was one of the first groups that came out of there. It has expanded 3 different times, and they are now in a 22,000 square foot building drones, and they went from like 2 employees, and I think they're up to 50, and they're starting them out right around $100,000. So building drones. Keep up the good work.
I just want to speak to the young people that you brought here. As you know, I have a house full of young people, and one of the things that Terry and I try to teach them is the importance of communication. Every one of you got up here and did what 98% of Americans say is their biggest fear, public speaking. You didn't just get up and speak. I could feel your heart beating. I could feel the sweat on your palms. I know how it feels to get up and do something like this and step out of your comfort zone. You didn't just do it, you slayed it. You did really well. You have learned to communicate, and I hope that what you did this morning will be an encouragement to young people all over this county that can see what will happen with the effort. You are taking responsibility for your own future, and you're going to have a bright future. And I feel more secure as a person that lives in Volusia County, knowing that we have young people like you coming up in leadership. Thank you for coming, and congratulations. I think we want a picture, please, of them all.
To line everybody up, picture. Good. Just
Yeah. Okay, that brings us to that. We're all just sitting up here, just kind of enjoying what just happened. But now we have item 4, the 2022 ECHO Grant Awards. Mr. Brad Burball.
Good morning, council members. Brad Burball, Resource Stewardship Director. If I can get my clicker. Perfect. So what the item you have, item 4 before you today, is our 2022 grant cycle. This is the additional cycle that we did at the request of council. We have 5 applications before you today that all scored above the 80, which is required in order to be recommended to the council for approval. These, the awards before you, the grant awards for ECHO money is $2.568 million, as you can see there. And of course, that's leveraged with partner dollars and 2.7. So about 5.3 million between ECHO and our partners that are being invested to complete these quality of life projects for our community. We have one that's an exceptional award grant and from the city of DeLand. And as you can see here, an exceptional project is defined as a project of paramount and crucial countywide importance, which provides for receipt of services by significantly large numbers of people in the county. This requires a supermajority vote by the advisory committee, and 8 of the 9 voted to grant exceptional status. This just provides an overview of where the projects are located. So we have 3 on the west side in this application cycle, with the most being outdoor recreation, and 2 on the east side of the county, 1 cultural and 1 outdoor recreation. I can provide a cursory overview of each project if you'd like.
Vice Chair Barb Gertman.
I would like it to go on the record with a short summary.
Yeah. So I can provide a cursory overview, but we've asked the representatives of each of the projects to be here as well. If you'd like some more in-depth information, I'm sure that they would be willing to address any concerns or questions that you may have. So the first project that we have before us is the Bill Keller Park improvements. This is phase 1. The city's bringing $77,000 in cash match to the table and asking ECHO for $75,000. This will include new LED lighting on the existing basketball and tennis courts. So it will expand the hours that the property can be used, and their first dog park in the city as well. So one of these, I just want to say, I think the process of having our committee members go to the sites work. There was some feedback that was given to the city about having separate areas for large and small dogs, and they took that feedback and came back with a final project that's going to have a space for small and large dogs. Next is the Alabama Greenway Extension. This is from the city of DeLand. This is the exceptional grant. So the ECHO request is for $1.5 million. They're bringing $1.506 to the table. The asterisk is there because for trails, we have a special consideration that they're allowed to use the right-of-way as land mat. So they've used, $250,000 of this 1.5 that they're bringing to the table is land mat. $88,000 is previously spent cash that they used to design the trail, and the rest is cash match, a little over $1 million that they're bringing to the table. So this would be a 1.32 mile section that stretches from along Garfield from Minnesota over here all the way up to 92. The best marker I can give you is Dunkin' Donuts. That's Garfield on 92.
Brad, can I interrupt you?
Sure.
Just wow. On the Alabama Greenway Extension on page 6, there's a note that says recommendation to ECHO Advisory Committee. As presented, the application and project do not meet the county council approved requirements for exceptional grant funding. Who is that note from?
That's from your staff team.
From your staff. So you have a concern. Well, it's stated here that it does not meet the requirements. So have you asked them to come back with more information, or where does it stand right now?
Well, so I'll go back to this definition and explain kind of the process that we use, and that, so the definition that we provide to applicants, as you can read here, is very subjective. Doesn't really have evaluation parameters. But one of the things that I stood here during the last cycle and told you when we made a judgment call on Daytona, we looked at several data points to see if they met this. So we try to make it objective at the staff level. We try to make this subjective statement more objective. So what we look at are the data points and the information that they provide as evidence to see if they meet these. So for example, in the past, support letters, they had user data and $22 million in economic impact over the 5 years. So we made a judgment using those objective criteria at the staff level that we felt it was exceptional. But this evidence manifests itself in different ways in order to meet an exceptional project. So there is some subjectivity here, and I think you've seen that through the appointees that you've made to the advisory committee, that we're trying to provide you an objective look, but there is some subjectivity that allows you and your appointees to make a judgment in terms of the need for and impact this project would have in our community. So the next project is from the city of DeLand as well. This is improving and expanding the use of a park, a very large park in the middle of the city, which you wouldn't realize how big it is, by replacing the playground and with suitable equipment for children with all abilities. And that's one of the things that we're doing in ECHO, is ensuring that if we're doing playgrounds, if we're helping improve or expanding access at these playgrounds, is that everyone can use them. Next is the City of Ormond Beach Performing Arts Center. Again, the Ormond is bringing $800,000 in cash match. They're asking for a standard $600,000 grant by updating the lobby and concession, adding a gallery, and modifying the facade and entrance of the center. Magnolia Park, this is the city of South Daytona. They're requesting $243 from ECHO. They're bringing $250 in cash to the table. This was originally an ADA park, provided some ADA access, but they're enhancing that by adding an ADA playground, ADA picnic benches, and replacing the decking on this really cool boardwalk that they have around the lake. So those are the 5 applications that are here before you today, and I'd be happy to entertain questions that you may have or introduce you to that.
Ben Johnson.
Motion to approve as presented.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the entire slate by Ben Johnson, and a second by Wheeler for the entire slate. Are there other questions for Brad? Heather Post.
I just like, if there is anyone else here from each of the projects, they would like to say anything, if there's anything specific that you want to make sure is mentioned, I want to give you the opportunity. I know we heard a summary, but no questions. I just want to make sure that you have an opportunity to. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, I guess I would have preferred to pull the Alabama Greenway extension. I take your recommendation seriously from staff to address the above mentioned findings and reapply during subsequent grant cycles. I think we have to be very careful with exceptional grants and the amount of taxpayer money that's involved. Was there any funding secured from or asked from Stetson? This is a big benefit for Stetson as well.
No, there was not. Good morning, Mayor, County Council, County Manager. I'm Teresa Brooks, Grants Manager. with the city of DeLand, and I would like to just touch on some points that we considered and brought before the advisory board for them to make the determination that it was an exceptional status. Oh, they can't hear me? Oh, I'm sorry. As I said, we are requesting the exceptional status at 1.5 million. So the following points I would like to make. In 2004 and 2005, the city of DeLand received ECHO grants for 2 separate segments of the trail. The Trails 1 and DeLand Trails 2. That goes from Blue Lake Avenue on Taylor Road to Aquarius, around Amelia, down to Earl Brown Park. And then in 2009, the city came back to ECHO for funding for the first part of the Alabama Greenway, and that is on the county's master trail. We used the value of the right-of-way for the entire match for that grant. Now, since 2009, the city has, using solely city funds, we were able to continue that Alabama Greenway down through Painter's Pond, up around Stetson, out to Minnesota. Now, there is that one gap in the county master trail that gets us out to 92, which is a priority for both the county and the city, and this is the segment that we are asking for the exceptional status. Now, FDOT is doing the improvements out at 92 Dunkin' Donuts, so the connection, so no one will have to incur that cost, and we do not need a DOT permit in order to construct this trail. Now, the right-of-way use permit from the county, because I want to say that this trail is located entirely on a county road, and that a third of this trail is in the unincorporated area of DeLand, and about half of the residents along this route are county residents. They are not city residents. The city is willing to enter into a maintenance agreement to maintain that right-of-way for at a minimum of the 20 years on the restricted covenants as far as the ECHO grants go. The cost of the trail came into question at some point. I don't know if it was during the application phase, if it was during the eligibility tour, but I want to add to that includes addressing all of the drainage issues that have occurred on other sections, not in, I don't know where, somebody had said that there was, maybe it was the engineer. So a question came up about what are the plans to extend this trail on west to Grand Avenue. So I contacted FDOT, and while they don't have a plan right now to connect it out to Grand Avenue, they are looking at their in-house projects there on Woodland Boulevard, so we're hopeful of that additional connection. The ECHO board chair suggested that I contact Maggie Arguito at the St. Johns River to Sea Loop Alliance, which I did, and she is reviewing the plans right now for her recommendations as far as safety markings throughout that section of the trail, and that will be also incorporated into our trail. The user count. That was a big question. So I've asked the question. I reached out to the city of Atlanta, who is known for all of their trail systems, and spoke with a lady at the City of Atlanta Beltline. She was the director there, and where she says that they can't really get accurate counts. They do have a counter system in place. She gave me that information and also gave recommendations on where to place the counters so that we can come up with a reasonable guess of the users, because the county has one counter in place right now over on the southeast side of the county, and that's the only one that we know of. But we were able to get Volusia County Traffic Engineering to go out on Friday, June the 10th at 6 o'clock and put a portable counter at the intersection of Alabama and Indiana Avenues, and They kept that over the weekend, which is not peak time for downtown area, but we wanted to see what kind of users that we got. And we did get 151 users, 88 pedestrians, and 63 bicyclists in that period of time. Now, the counter system, I think, is a very important factor in determining the ongoing use of these trails. So I have been in contact with Tim Bailey, and he and I have committed to seek out funding sources, potential funding sources, to not just get a counter system for this trail, but to get all of the trails into some sort of counting system so that can be monitored from a centralized location. Is Tim here? This is going to be in his office. So anyhow, all of that being said, I would like to let you know the city is ready to begin the bid process, and we look forward to construction of this very important segment of the trail. And I'm here to ask you for your final approval on this exceptional grant.
At one point, if I might, please. Michael Ploy, City Manager, City of DeLand, for the record. One thing that I think is important to understand in this process, back in 2004, the City of DeLand adopted a bike and pedestrian master plan based upon the County Council's desire to have trails throughout the entire county. And our objective the entire time was to make those connection points. As Teresa mentioned, one of the connection points is supposed to be along 92 going out to Grand Avenue, where this trail will go up to. The second part of it is the connection out to SunRail. And so right now, we actually were awarded a TPO grant for the feasibility study, and thank you for y'all's support of that. And so we're going to study the route out there to make sure that the route is something that we can do going out to SunRail, and then the city, of course, will do the trail out to SunRail as well, and that'll make the final connection point to the county's trail system. So I just wanted to add.
Thank you. Ben Johnson.
When the trail system first was put in and proposed, I thought that was about as smart of an idea as SunRail was. How wrong I was about the trails. And this trail goes somewhere, it connects. It's a safety issue for our children out here. How I wish we'd had it when my little girl was small, that we could have had something like that. But this trail matches up. It's going to go out to the airport, out to the Spurling Center, going to attach in. I think it's a wise expenditure. Now, this didn't approve 5-4, 7-2. It was 8-1. 8-1 by a committee that we put together to give us advice, to bring to us what they thought was the best use for the funds, and something that would benefit the citizens of this county. Now, I'm not willing to take this off the plate. I've made the motion a while ago to approve all of them. I'm standing with it, and we'd be making a large error in judgment to take away a plan that, once again, keeps our citizens safe, gives them a place to exercise, and goes somewhere.
Thank you. And I would agree with that, Ben. I am not against the trail system. I'm actually a big proponent of it. We have already a set aside of is it $1 million or $1.5 million a year that automatically goes to trails? $1,500,000. And I like the project. I just think it's incumbent upon us to uphold the requirements of the exceptional grant, or we're going to get into trouble as we go down the road. And when I understand the vote from the committee, I respect the committee, I also respect our staff. And when they said that they did not meet the requirements, I think we need to take that seriously. I want to vote for this, but I also want to uphold those requirements of what makes an exceptional grant. And I don't see the background work done to go out and get support from the community. There's no letters. It's just as it says here. So that's my point, and that was my issue for bringing it up. It's taxpayer money. It's a lot of money. And we all promised when we ran to treat taxpayer money very carefully in Echo and Volusia forever. So no other questions? Thank you for your presentation. Brad, did you have anything else? All right, then we will call for the vote. And Ben, just so you know, I'm going to vote for this. I do take exception with this. I think we need to do a better job with exceptional grants. But all in favor of the entire slate of Echo Grant awards, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0. And that brings us to item 5, budget resolution, submission of HUD Fiscal Year 2022-23 Annual Action Plan and appropriation of grant proceeds.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. So before you today is our 22-23 Annual Action Plan. It serves as a funding application and planning document for HUD. We've had citizen involvement. We've actually had both an in-person and virtual meeting to discuss this plan. So this is approximately $2.7 million. 2.5 of that is the HUD allocation. An additional $100,000 from both CDBG and home or program income. Part of the process for the annual action plan includes going to the cities that are eligible and having them submit their applications. So this is for their projects for CDBG. Here are all of the projects as well as Volusia County dollars and program administration totaling $1.6 million. For home, we have a variety of different programs. We have the CHODO program, rental development, homeowner housing development for habitat, and program administration, and that's approximately $800,000. And finally, our ESG program, which is homelessness prevention, rapid rehousing, and then a very small amount of program administration. I'm here to answer any questions if you have.
Council, any questions for Donna Butler? Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Heather Post, is that you? Moves to approve, second by Vice Chair Gertman. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Donna. And that brings us to item 6A. Staff seeking county council direction on a request to waive fees for an appeal of the chief building official's determination regarding the Florida Building Code. And I would like to ask, this could be a lengthy discussion. I would like to ask that did you want to say something first?
I believe we're dealing with the property exchange, and then 6A is the waiver of the fee.
Okay.
You said 6A though, didn't you?
I said 6A. Yes. Are you here for 6A?
Yes, sir.
Why don't we do 6A, Clay? That's what I just called, and then we'll come back to 6. I was just going to ask that we hold time for you for 5 minutes, and then anybody else that wants to speak 3 minutes each. I think that'll give us sufficient time. Is anybody on the council opposed to that, or? Okay.
I'll try to make it kind of brief because you have some information I provided earlier. This is their thing about a waiver. I'm here, basically, my name is Ken Stahl. I'm a retired commercial general contractor, commercial roofing contractor. I've got a degree in architecture. I had a very successful company in South Florida for 30 years. I sold it and retired in 2003. 2005, the federal government recruited me to work for the Small Business Administration in the Disaster Assistance Program. For the last 17 years, I've been employed traveling around the country observing damage as a commercial construction analyst. I am a resident of an 80-home HOA community between the river and the ocean in Ormond by the Sea. On about May 4th, an unauthorized, unqualified employee from the Turtle Department was on the beach, saw our walkover there, and so he calls a personal friend at code enforcement. And he said, I've seen this, what appeared to be an abandoned walkover that somebody's trying to rebuild, and I think it's something you need to take a look at. Well, somebody from the code enforcement goes over on a Sunday on the auspices of going fishing at the beach, sees the project we have working there, and files a code violation, word for word per se, what the Turtle guy saw, which he has no clue about construction. So for the last 15 months, I have found no administrating oversight over the building department. We have gone back to them. I have dozens of emails between us and them and a structural engineer who has certified our project. It was approved and permitted in 1988. For 33 years, we've never, ever had to have a permit, and we've conducted regular maintenance on the thing over the years. I've been a resident there now for a little over 9 years. We also have a structural engineer. So we've maintained this property to keep it serviceable. I put before you notes from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, who states very clearly that to do maintenance or repairs on a walkover, a permit is not required, okay? They are the initial authority. If somebody wants to build a beach access and they own the property, we're one of the few residential communities that still owns their little parcel of the beach. And so consequently, in my career with the SBA, I've worked with these agencies now, like I say, for the last 17 years, inspecting this kind of damage for all the commercial properties as well as private all over the coast of this country. In the millions of dollars that I have built in my career of over 40 years, never, ever have I been caught in this kind of a boondoggle bureaucratic paperwork where they don't want to listen to any logic or common sense. For 33 years, now 34, never had one complaint of any injury, and were insured if there was one. So the first appeals board meeting I went to, which was November 3rd of 2021, the chairman looked at the application and he said, "This is an embarrassment. Mr. Stahl should never have to appear before this board for this." And so he said, "Why don't you charge him $20 and dismiss this?" Well, one of the building officials said, "Well, that's against our policy." I've been in touch with the Attorney General's office in Florida, and their definition was that policy is not building code. Policy is not law. You guys, thank God, make the law. And so basically, I've been fighting back and forth with these people because the initial determination from that last board meeting was basically they were going to charge us $200 or less for a simple permit. Then they imposed that I've got to go out and hire a building contractor that's less knowledgeable, less experienced, less educated than I am to pay somebody thousands of dollars to pull a permit for us. I went through a couple dozen contractors and they said, no, Ken, we don't want to get involved in this because they're never going to back down on this. Finally, after 9, 10, 11, 12 months, we found a guy because of a friend of a friend said, "Okay, I'll try to pull the permit for you." And so we paid him $1,000 to file for the permit. First thing they come back with us is a full-blown permit application, and it says we had to get a new site survey. I started calling companies. As you know, with all the commercial construction, they are up to here in applications for surveys. I finally find a company in Ormond. He said, "Yes, sir, we'll do a new survey for you, $1,200. Then I get a call from this contractor, and he said, "By the way, we just been charged $189 and change for 2 inspections. One was a tortoise inspection, for a simple walkover that's been there for 33 years. Then I get a call from the fire marshal and say, we need to have details on your handrails. Anybody can look at our drawings by a structural engineer and tell that it's a 2x6 cap, which is typical up and down the beach.
Mr. Chair,
Excuse me.
I know.
Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir. I know you allocated 5 minutes for the introductory statement, and that time has elapsed. We are here on an appeal of a fee of $132. Any decision, a fee waiver, any decision or discussion about the chief building official's decision goes before your CLCA.
This is the same runaround I've been getting for 15 months.
Well, that's why that board exists.
One of his attorneys, excuse me, sir.
No, let me finish. You interrupted me.
No,
your
you
time is up. This is a decision on appeal of a fee, not the chief building official's decision. That goes before the CLCA.
Right.
That's my question. Is the appeals board, I've served on several of these in my career. My understanding, we always had the final authority over the subject that was at hand. Does this local appeals board group, which they're all tradespeople like me, God bless them, do they have the ultimate authority to overrule this injustice by the building department?
Yeah, the CLCA board has the authority to do that. We don't have the authority to take that away from them. We have the authority. The only thing that we can do this morning is to vote on whether or not to forgive this $132 fee. That's what the
only reason I'm
can do.
requesting that is because they did not honor the agreement from the first. And his assistant attorney said, we have no written agreement to that. Well, I do.
Let's hear from the...
Good morning, Council. Chris Ryan, Assistant County Attorney. The CLCA actually already heard the exact matter that Mr. Stahl's bringing up today. That was they did. That was actually the November 3rd hearing. I listened yesterday to the entire audio of the hearing, and they decided on the merits. They heard testimony from yourself and from Mr. Lusinger, the chief building official, and they determined that a permit was still necessary. That's not to say that you're entirely deprived of any method of appeal. You could take anything you wish to the Florida Building Commission, which would be the appropriate next step.
Heather Post, did you have a question?
Well, I just wanted to say, while I see that we're trying not to go down a rabbit hole here and go off into various different directions, I can also understand your stance in simply wanting to ensure that this council understands the background, and I think that's what you're trying to do, is provide background on what you feel has been occurring. So I understand that you're trying to provide the background, so I think we're good there. But as far as today, this is certainly something that needs to be fully looked into. We'll have a discussion with staff about. But as far as today with the waiving of the fees, is there anything additional that you specifically wanted to discuss about that? Specifically
Again,
relative to
because they did none of that, but my hope should be, because you are the regulatory agency, elected officials to represent us, the taxpayers, I would like to hear a motion to cancel this action with prejudice. Because, and you've got the information right in front of you, there are no building codes in the state of Florida that govern maintenance. According to the engineering and construction industry definitions, what we perform is maintenance only. There was no damaged wood, no rotted wood. It was all serviceable. And so they wouldn't listen to that. And they said, well, it's our opinion. But again, opinion's not code or law.
So,
Continue, and then I'll...
So going in that direction, then we have to rely on the legal advice, because we're not legalese, right? So we have to rely on the legal of the county staff. So I'd like to hear from county staff specifically on that.
Once again, Chris Ryan, Assistant County Attorney.
You sent me that nice email.
I did, yes, sir.
I couldn't challenge it. That's wonderful.
It's barred by the concept of res judicata, meaning the exact issue's already been brought up in front of that board, decided by the board on the merits, And again, you're prohibited from taking the same matter in front of that board again.
That's where you had the wrong information. I got, after my communication with him trying to intimidate me, I had another email from the head building official, Kerry Lusinger, and he basically told me to submit a new application not pertaining to changes of something that they said in the past. So this is a whole new application that we're going forward to get a dismissal. And if we can't satisfy this, our association, our annual fees are $20 a year for our members. We don't have a budget, and I'm not paying for this.
I'm going to move approval of the waiver of the fees, which is how much dollars?
32 and change.
$132 for a waiver of the fee for the appeal. And then I think this is definitely just a discussion we need to have with staff so that everyone's on the same page on our end. And then we can make a decision based on that and anything further.
Is there a second on that motion? Second to waive the fee. Robbins. And I would just, if you talk to any one of us separately, we all have feelings about this, but we have to operate within the law. We will do what Heather said and talk to staff about this and see what a remedy is. But the remedy that we're hearing this morning, the only remedy that you appear to have, and I don't have to like this, but it's the Florida Building Commission. Is that correct, that he has to appeal it to them?
That is, yes, Chair. And part of the issue and why staff was recommending against the waiver of fees today is because the application we received from Mr. Stahl was, again, just challenging something that had already been appealed and already decided.
They have a new application now they've received.
Heather, did you have anything else? Your name's still up. Danny Robbins?
Thanks, Chair. But at the end of the day, I think we all see both sides of this. Personally, I'd prefer hearing our attorney and our staff before you keep interrupting, because you're going to talk yourself out of this, and I'm just being real with you. Second, we get it. This is $132, and this is getting into a little bit of a you-know-what match. We've wasted probably more of that in staff time going through all this stuff. Let's move it on. Heather, I support you in this. This can be worked out with staff and the state official code.
Yeah.
But
considering your time and my time, I've got 15 months of this.
Okay.
I don't get paid.
I'm still
all
talking.
Right, we have a
final statement, if I may, please. If we
wait,
can't
wait. Danny, were you finished?
No, I better keep my mouth shut.
Okay. Final statement, and then I will call for the vote.
Thank you, sir. What I'm saying is, if we can't resolve this satisfactorily, that our HOA can afford, if we have to do what the construction, the building department's requesting, could cost us $6,000. Our maintenance cost us $1,200, and it's been certified by a structural engineer. If we can't satisfy this, we're going to have to tear it down, and our residents will have to walk over the pathway over the dune, and they're elderly people.
Right, and that would be very unfortunate, and I don't want to see that happen. I'm going to, one last statement from Heather, and I'll call for the vote.
I'll just say, if this is happening and occurring with one resident or one HOA, I would imagine, and I know we've had discussions on various other matters like this and on other issues in the past where more than one HOA might be dealing with the same kind of stuff, or the residents are concerned about various things near their homes. So I definitely do not think, while this has been a back and forth, I think this went very well. I appreciate staff's professionalism in this. And I certainly don't think it's a waste of time for you to take time out of your day to come and try and do what you think in your heart is correct in representing your HOA. So I appreciate your time and staff time as well. And hopefully we can move forward on this and maybe get a standard for any kind of future walkways like this that we might have the same issue with. Thank you.
Yes, I would agree with that, and I will contact you, and I think that the council needs to evaluate the whole issue of permits for things of this nature. But we can't do that today. So everyone who is in favor of forgiving the $132 fee, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry.
There you go.
Ms. Post.
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
That was Dr. Lowry? Okay, thank you.
Ms. Post.
Oh, wait. To waive the fee. I'm waiving the fee.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wheeler.
No.
Ms. Gertman. Mr. Brower.
Yes. So the fee is waived, and I will be in touch with you to discuss this further, and I'll be in touch with county staff, and thank you for the civility, and we'll go from here.
If you don't have a copy of the current application, I can provide that by email to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Okay, before lunch, Wendell, I'm sorry, I inadvertently skipped over 6, went to 6A, so we'll come back to 6. Council direction concerning request to exchange land. Do we need a time limit on this one as well?
You can make the call any way you want. Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a request from a property owner who is seeking authorization from the council to initiate a land swap. Florida statutes puts in very specific standards what can be done in instances where local governments such as Volusia County have identified that there's a public benefit of swapping land between that and a private property to do so. We cannot go forward with that land swap without, first of all, getting your direction in regards to how to proceed. Included in your packet is the description of 2 different properties. They both total 2.5 acres. The property that is currently owned by Volusia County came to us via an escheatment due to lack of payment of property taxes. It's 2.5 acres located basically at the terminus of Ranchette Road. Ranchette Road is a private easement that is not maintained by the county. It is located south of State Road 44. It is in the Howland Courier division. This is an unvested subdivision that has some sporadic development throughout it. This is an area, again, that prior to our unified zoning ordinance and prior to our subdivision standards, folks were going out there and building basically in the Ranchette area. They're large open areas, primarily zoned A1. The property that Mr. De La Rosa owns was also acquired because of escheatment. It's a 2.5 acre out in Cape Atlantic Estates. This is an area near Mims. It's an area that has been targeted by the county in the past for small lot acquisition when that program was going through with St. John's River Water Management District. Concept behind it is that Mr. De La Rosa would trade us his 2.5 acres in Cape Atlantic Estate. We would then transfer over the 2.5 acres we have in Howland Courier. Mr. De La Rosa is in the process of aggregating enough land in the Howland Courier area to meet the minimum 10-acre requirement for that zoning category. The 2.5 acres that he owns in Cape Atlantic Estates would be added to those properties that we already have. In your agenda packet, you'll see that we've included in the land use, the zoning, if the property is within ECHO or NORMA. The property that the county currently owns is within NORMA, but is not within the ECHO. Again, and I'm speaking in acronyms, I apologize. NORMA is Natural Resource Management Area, and ECHO is Environmental Corridor Overlay. The other aspect of it is that we've included in maps that show the amount of county-owned properties surrounding both properties, so that way you can get a feel of where we've made investments in trying to secure land and where we're not. This is, again, 100% policy direction of the council. If there's anything that any questions you have for staff, we'll be glad to answer them.
Clay, on the first page, 6.1, says that the county may do this, may desire to acquire for county purposes. What would be the county's purpose for acquiring Mr. De La Rosa's land?
Basically, as I said, it's been our past policy to acquire lands in Cape Atlantic Estate because it is a very wet area. It is an area that we've targeted for acquisition conservation purposes. It's an antiquated subdivision that we're trying to basically restrict development of this for its potential impact to the overall environment in that area.
Is there any chance that that land would ever be developed?
Very difficult. That's why the purchases of the parcels that we went through previously under the small lot acquisition and continue to do so now, it's primarily for getting these properties to prevent further development from occurring in that area.
So the benefit is really to Mr. De La Rosa and not to the county if it wouldn't never be developed anyway. You don't have to respond to that. Ben Johnson?
Yes, this property that Mr. De La Rosa has, that we have the county property in Cape Atlantic Estates, how far, this is south of the Maytown Road, is it not? And just barely west of the interstate?
Yes, sir.
I can tell you one of the problems that's been a major issue back out there. And that property down there is four-wheelers coming in. And I mean, invasion. Matter of fact, when I was sheriff, we put up posted signs down the road because they had just absolutely torn up the shoulders of the road, knocking down fences, and they were bringing in, when I say hundreds of four-wheelers in these wetlands, I'm not kidding about that. Still have that problem of them coming in, knocking down gates, knocking down fences, cutting through the interstate fences even. And even though it's a junk piece of property, it's a wetland, and we own quite a bit, and it's kind of the type of property we're trying to take and salvage as wetlands, and each piece we get means one less piece in there, and it kind of goes along with the wildlife type corridors that you're trying to pick up. So I see it, and that point is being advantageous, and we got a bunch of green, blue. Now, by the same token, if we trade him off that land down on Ranchette Road, I think we need to put in there the fact of that, so they know we are not going to maintain that road. There's no expectation of it now or in the future, so that if you sell it off, that people know and don't have that expectation. But I think this is a way that we can get rid of a piece of property that we have that's not doing absolutely anything. Yes, it's probably higher, but this is a wetlands which we already acquired and need to continue to acquire in this area.
Clay, are you still down there? So remind us of the process. If we vote for this, it's not a done deal today. It goes back to staff. It gets advertised to the public for 2 weeks and then comes back to us again.
Correct. I'm not certain about, is it 2 weeks or 30?
Russ Brown, Senior Assistant County Attorney. I think it's once in a 10-day period before an agenda conference where it's approved, if I remember correctly. But to be an agreement we would enter into with Mr. De La Rosa, essentially a closing for the exchange of properties, a resolution comes back with the agreement, with the advertisement occurring beforehand, and approving the.
Okay. Mr. Brower, I'll make a motion to approve with the stipulation attached.
Okay. Ben Johnson makes a motion to approve with the stipulation that the county does not maintain the road. Which, is there a name on that road?
Yep.
Ranchette.
Point of order?
Okay, yes. And Heather Post.
So it's my understanding, Ranchette Road is not not maintained by the county now, and we don't intend to maintain it
No,
at
no.
all. So when I saw this, I got with staff and asked about both pieces of property. So looking at both pieces, and from what I've heard again reiterated today, was that the property on the piece of property in Cape Atlantic Estates, just to reiterate what was just said, is not buildable. It's wetland, cannot be built in the current state. So, and then if I look at Ranchette Road, to be honest, in all of the staff that I've talked to, the idea of adding more, the possibility of adding more homes and more people out on Ranchette Road is not favorable in any way, simply because that area has tremendous problems with drainage and stormwater and everything else. So that would in fact make it worse if we were to allow someone else to come in there. In the current state of the property as it exists, nothing can be built there. So what we would in fact be allowing, we are trading a piece of property that is wetlands, yes, but it's wetlands whether you own it or we own it, that can't be built on. And we're trading that to allow someone to come in an area that we as county and county staff are fully aware that we are having problems in that area with drainage and stormwater and everything else in its current state could not be built on. So we would be allowing you to come in and build in that area. You're not planning on building in that area? Okay, but here's what that's the impression that I'm getting from staff and from asking the questions that I've asked. So the fact that the areas that are now owned are too small to build. Right. So if we allow a transfer of property, then the property would not be too small. So that would allow for building in that area, in an area where county staff is advising that for the betterment of that area, we should not be allowing it. So I really don't see the trade-off and the betterment for Volusia County, and certainly not the betterment for the residents out on the Ranchette area, to allow this to happen.
We have a motion without a second. Billy Wheeler seconds it. Mr. De La Rosa, would you like to speak?
Yes, please. A lot of controversy, or a lot of what ifs and stuff like that, but you're totally way off base. This deal started in January 27th, 2022, between me and Brad Burball. Then I got Mr. Irving involved in February, and the assistant senior county attorney. We had a few meetings. We discussed it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Irving and Mr. County Attorney, that both properties do not have vested rights. They are non-configuring lots. That neither one of them can be developed, so saying they can be is a lie. That's not true. And what I want to introduce to you is, you're saying it's not more advantageous to the county than all this utter rhetoric that you say that you're about conservation is nothing more than rhetoric. You're saying you want conservation in the governor's conservation corridor that I offer you in January of this year, 2.5 acre parcel that's valued at $8,000 on the current market. The one I'm trading for is current market value $4,500. So I am getting a lease, a property that's worth less, and you're acquiring a property that's worth almost double, and it conserves it. And Mr. Johnson is 100% correct, because I just recently sold 2 identical properties down there, 2.5 acre parcels, for $8,000 a parcel. I sold them for $7,500 each, and they had $500 in back taxes in each. So the individual paid me $15,000 cash, and it was deeded to him on May 26th of 2022. Mr. Brian Cole down in Cape Atlantic Estates. Here are the 2 parcels. I can put it up on your overhead if you would like for the public to see it. So those are $7,500 plus the taxes. Those are $8,000 lots. Here are the surrounding lots. If you pulled up a map, I could show you the surrounding lots where I paid $4,500 for one. Mr. Crosby, Wendell Crosby, same first name, not related, paid $4,500 for, $5,000 for his. Mr. Victor Mikhailikoff paid $4,500 for his that surround that lot. And it's not on Ranchette Road. It is landlocked. It is back deep into the woods. You can't get to it. Ranchette, just like you mentioned, that's 6 miles down south off of State Road 44. You can't get to it. There's no vested rights. There are no development plans. You cannot build on it per the staff package. Read the staff package. It's not buildable. So I offer in good faith. I take a loss, and so it's a bunch of rhetoric to me when you say that we're for conservation. You're giving me us 2.5 acres in the conservation corridor to be locked up forever, to be conservation land, or else I sell them for $8,000 a parcel, and you go get to chase the 4-wheelers off of them, like Mr. Johnson said, because that's what they do down there. That's why those lots are valuable, is because it's wide open woods. There's no restrictions. The 4-wheelers and the recreational people purchase them up so they can go out and camp, hunt, and do all this stuff. So I'm offering in good faith in January, before, pardon my French, this recent shit show happened, and now we're in the middle of August debates, so to speak. And I also was contacted last night that something has hit social media, and it's about an individual. It's one of Mr. Brower's operatives, one of Mr. Brower's political cronies, I guess I should say.
Does this have anything to do with
absolutely
what we're talking about here? Or are you just making another political circus of this council?
No, I'm making a statement of what he put in. Yeah. What he put in. He says he did. He said he put a letter in. Richard Feller, the gentleman that's part of you appointed. That appointee.
I did appoint him.
Yes, and he has an objection to my land swap, correct? Does he not?
I don't know. Does he?
No, does he? Mr. Irvin, does he?
Wendell, you're getting off base.
No, Ben.
Wendell, come on, get back on base.
On base.
You should take Danny's advice that you're going to talk yourself right out of it.
I'm not talking. Well,
this council,
Guess what?
This council
the county
has
loses.
serious questions. You own land that it's already preserved. There's nobody, you can't develop it.
No, it's
No, you can't.
Yes.
And you want to switch it with land that the assumption is by everybody up here and by staff, I think, is that you will then put land together that you can build on.
How can I do that?
Point of order.
How can I do that?
Can we please call for the vote? This is not necessary. Please and thank you.
Okay. Let's call for the vote. The motion was that we make the land swap with the stipulation that Ranchette Road is not maintained by the county. Is that correct, Ben? I'm telling you what the motion was made by Mr. Johnson. That's what we have to ask him. It's not now, but he wants to never see it in the future maintained by the county. Seconded by Wheeler. Would you call the roll?
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Lowry,
Yes.
Ms. Post,
No.
Mr. Robbins, Ms. Wheeler,
Yes.
Ms. Gertman,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No. And the swap is approved, 5-2. Do you need a break? Heather, break?
Can we get to, get through number 8?
Oh, that would be a fun one. Yeah, and that shouldn't take too long.
Right.
And there's our people waiting, that have been waiting for
They're
it.
in the back
Let's,
waiting, yeah. Can we
let's
get to those
do,
two?
we'll do item 8, and then we will break for lunch. Item 8 is Resolution 2022, a rezoning of a 21,556 square foot infill parcel.
Is
What?
7, is the applicant for 7 here as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So can we do 7 and 8? I'm sorry.
I think Karen may have just left and she was wanting to speak on it.
On 7?
She did want to speak on item 7.
She might have just left
Who did?
thinking it was.
But, okay, well,
The
let's not
person
do it
speaking.
then until if she wanted to speak. Let's stick with item 8.
Karen's
Play.
is right there. Yeah, Karen's right there.
Okay, let's do 8 and then we'll come back to 7?
Okay.
Do you want to just finish them all before lunch? Clay, proceed, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Item 8 is an example of redevelopment occurring in one of our Spring Hill CRA properties. This is a resolution authorizing rezoning from B4 and R4 to PUD. The owner of the property is seeking to redevelop this site. It has had a variety of different uses, from a nightclub to a church. And so what we're seeing is that this is a positive move to bring it in and utilize it for a restaurant in the Spring Hill area. Staff reviewed it for compliance to the planned unit development zoning regulations, which all had modified last year to allow for this type of activity to occur. Specifically, that properties under an acre could come in and could come forward with new standards that were custom fit for that particular site so that we could get reuse of that property. The staff sent it to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval. There was no public comment against this. There was nothing but support at their Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, which approved 5-0 unanimously for approval. We're bringing it here forward with a recommendation of approval from both your staff and your advisory boards. I have Carol and Trish here available if there's any specific technical questions about the application. I know the applicant is here as well.
Motion to approve.
Second, Wheeler.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Robbins.
This is a rezoning, so therefore this is, you have to address the ex parte communications as well as holding the public hearing.
Okay, is there any council member that has ex parte to declare?
Yes, I do. I've met, you're shocked, right? I know. I've met with the owners, with staff on site, and have advocated for this to happen for this site and other unincorporated sites like Billion Springs and others that need this kind of redevelopment. So I don't see it just for this establishment. I see it for economic development and economic redevelopment of our underserved areas. So I gladly make the motion.
Anyone else? The owners are here. Did you care to say anything? You don't have to. But you've been sitting here all day.
You could say, yay.
Thank you. Yeah, but we're trying to bring a, yes, we're trying to bring a crab stop to the area.
It's been a long time coming
Been a
to
long
get
time
here, so,
yes.
but we're not fully there, but we're closer.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we keep him around to coach some other people?
Well, that's part of it. You need to get through this to have a model for how this can be done,
Correct.
how staff can help support this type of initiative in some of these communities and guide the path. So I really appreciate you for your patience
Yes.
through the process, but also learning and growing through it with us. So I appreciate all you've done, and yeah, we'll make it work.
Yeah, thank you again.
Don't go away yet.
Okay.
Ben Johnson.
No, I support this. I've known that building since it was the Hi-Hat, and I've seen a lot of different things in there, including the church, but I've seen it when it's been a real blight in the community, and I think this is a chance to add to the community a building that it just doesn't have a lot of type uses you could do it for. I think it's very good, and I support it.
Yeah, this is my favorite kind of development, and you're putting in a major, you're investing a lot of money to do this, and it's the plans I've seen. It's going to be beautiful. You also own another existing restaurant.
Yeah, across the street.
What's the name of it?
Spring Hill Barbecue and Soul Food. We've been open about 6 years.
And what's the address? You're getting
905 South Adele.
Pardon me?
905 South Adele.
South Adele.
Mm-hmm.
We should have lunch. We should adjourn for lunch there. But thank you for stepping out in our community to do this. And are you back up, Ben?
I wasn't going to be, but since I left myself up, I'll talk again. That one he has over there used to be another rough bar, and it's now a restaurant, and it's exactly what we're trying to do down in that area. And I wish you the best of luck. Are you going to close the one to?
No. The plan is to have them both open, soul food and seafood. That way we can get some traffic back down in that area.
You promised to have the best fried chicken around. I'll come on down.
We're going to have the best of everything.
Okay.
That's the plan.
Surf and turf.
Yes.
Food is
Good deal.
So we
Good
need
deal.
to.
Proud of you.
We need to let them cater something sometime.
Yes.
Oh, but thank you.
Do you cater?
Yeah, we do. Yes, sir.
We could. Where's staff? We could have lunch brought in next time. Barb, you're close. Thank you for coming in. Stay right there for the vote.
Okay.
I have a feeling you might like it.
I will.
All in favor of rezoning, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank
Motion carries. Thank you.
Have a blessed day.
Okay. And you wanted to go back and do 7, a special exception to utilize a portable air curtain incinerator on light industrial. Light.
Yes, sir. An air curtain incinerator is one of the ways that folks can deal with tree debris and those types of things. Mr. Davis owns a company that does that. And so on this property, which has the I-1 zoning, he's authorized to do that through special exception. Staff reviewed the application for compliance with our standards for this. They've recommended approval to a series of conditions that include that burning can't occur while the fair is going on, also making sure that all applicable permits, including a burn permit through the Florida Department of Forestry, is required. The applicants have agreed to all of those conditions. It went forward to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval from staff. Again, no one really spoke against this, and what we had was a 5-0 unanimous recommendation of approval. Just also want to make sure everyone understands this is only occurring 1 week out of the month. Basically, Mr. Davis will bring in the debris, properly stockpile it. There is specific location or criteria included with the special exception. He would then use the air curtain incinerator and then remove it from the site when it's not being utilized. So again, very clean, organized method of addressing disposal. If there's any questions, staff is available here, and I know the applicant here is here as well.
Motion to approve.
Yeah.
Motion to approve by Robbins, Second was by Johnson. And we have a member of the public who would like to speak on this item. Karen Clark.
Hello, everybody. Karen Clark, Grand Avenue up in Glenwood. I didn't know about these meetings because I'm still trying to find out that I can get to go to them. But when it comes to air curtain incinerators, yes, it is a wonderful way to knock down the debris, about 90% if I remember the last battle that I had here and won. I'm not asking to not do it, but in this proposal that I got to see so far, there's no expiration date of how long he can continue to do this. All right, that was one thing, maybe a year or two or whatever, and have it looked at. But I just want to let you know that when especially when pine is incinerated, it's a cancer causing most likely for pregnant women, the children end up suffering. That's why air curtain incinerators, when they're normally done, is 2 weeks the max at a time, and then it has to move. Because the pine, the debris from the pine, the molecules do not disappear into the atmosphere. It actually stays between 10 and 20 feet with the ground level, and it does dissipate out. So eventually, that's why I was worried that there's no time that this permit's going to allow him. Is it perpetuity? And every once a month, when they fill the pile and it's burning, does it stop at a specific time to restart incinerate again at night? Or is it going 24/7 while that time period is there? There's a lot of worries about that. But I know that the regulations are out there, but still, the molecules, and you're teaching this in your science departments and your kids are learning that air curtain incinerator, when left not in this 1 week out of a month routine, is poisonous to the areas. And you just I will contact and get it for you, the Federal Bureau of Statistics. And that's what I contacted years ago. And Waste Management pulled their request to have one in on Plymouth and Grand many years ago because of that. They had proof. But I just worry about the length of how long you're allowed to do it. Right now, it's wooded. But what happens, the way it seems to be here, somebody will come down, clear the land, and make another development. So how long would they be able to do this? Just think about it.
Thank you. Heather Post.
So to that end, Clay, is there typically a time limit on the special exceptions?
No, ma'am. Special exceptions, you can make that as part of your conditions that it, for example, when we did the Stetson Golf Facility, that was to be done for over a year and monitored to see if there was any kind of accidents or problems with that. So
No,
typically.
I think you misunderstood the question. I understand that we can do
But
whatever we want here.
no, a special exception
But
carries
for the,
with it.
no, so not for the special exception as a whole on golf courses or any of that, but specifically in regards to incinerators?
No, ma'am.
Special exception incinerators, is there typically a time limit on things like that?
No, ma'am. To be honest with you, this is the first one we've processed in quite a few years, and we've not put a condition on there. It's not been something that's been identified. Special exceptions as a whole do not necessarily have a timeout. They carry with the land. What has happened is the council has identified specific restrictions in regards to timeframes on some of them for a monitoring process, or have required an operation timeframe and then a reapplication process.
Do we have someone here who can talk to us on the benefit of, from staff, on the benefit of doing a time requirement?
Well, let me kind of clarify.
Something like this on an incinerator?
Well, any special exception, if they violate the terms of the conditions identified of that, staff has the right to utilize code enforcement to take them through the process to have the special exception revoked. This has requirements for permitting, so they will have to get a DEP permit that, which is similar to what we have to go through at our own landfill. So it does go and look at air quality and impacts on adjacent properties and those types of things. So they will have to get that permit as well, in addition to the permits that are off.
So totally understand the hoops that they would have to go through and the checking of the boxes, but what I'm wondering is there anyone in the room from staff that can speak to the incinerators and any benefit from doing a time requirement for having them in use? Ben, you look like you might have
Ben's
information.
cautiously walking forward.
As far as the time limit goes, Blade mentioned the DEP permit. They would be required to update that every year, and that includes testing of they do an air test every year of that to make sure that that particular air curtain incinerator is not putting off any harmful gas or too much smoke or anything like that. So as far as a time limit goes, theoretically it could operate in perpetuity as long as they're meeting those requirements every year, and they're getting tested by the DEP every year. I know that because our air curtain incinerator at Road and Bridge gets.
All right, thank you.
The applicant is here. I would like to hear from you, especially on safety issues.
As far as burning 24 hours, like she said, I would have to call the forest department every morning. They come out and do an inspection to begin with. Then I got to renew my permit every morning. It's only good from, I think, 9 o'clock until 6, till it gets laid a little later, or light a little later. I think it's an hour after daylight, an hour before dark, and then you have to have it out that same day. So even if I were to bring one in for a week, it would have to be put out every night and relit every morning. And it's not open to the public, so there's not going to be any pregnant women or anything there. And there is nothing in that whole area out there. The county transfer station's almost straight across the road from it. So I don't see any reason it would harm to anything. And like I said, the EPA is going to come out, and I got to get an air permit from them and renew it every year. So they pretty much are the ones that oversee how long you can use it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you coming forward and letting us know your plans. Any other questions from council before I call for the vote? We do have a motion to approve. No other questions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank everyone.
And why don't we adjourn for lunch, and then we will come back for item 9. I see total disagreement on that. And 1219, do we have, is lunch in the back? It is. So 1 or 1:15?
We need 1 full hour, remember,
For the security.
For
We will be
contract.
back at 1:19 with any luck.
This is Volusia Today, a public information radio program brought to you by the County of Volusia. Here is your host, Kevin Captain.
Good morning and welcome to Volusia Today. I'm Kevin Captain and I'm joined by my co-host, Heather Belden. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning. Volusia Today is made possible by our sponsors, the Daytona Beach International Airport, the Ocean Center, Volusia Recycles, and Votran Public Transportation. Good morning, Heather. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing great. We have a really cool show today.
I am very excited.
the Emergency Medical Services Division, and it covers advanced life support, transport, and non-transport activities by Fire Rescue Division. In the deck, and there are 5 different municipalities that are providing transport services under the municipal transport agreements. Application has been reviewed, it's complete, and staff is recommending approval.
Move approval.
Heather Post, you move for approval. Ben, that was a second? Okay. No one cared to speak? I'll close the public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? 9 passes 7-0.
Item 10 is a public hearing for a renewal of Daytona Beach Fire Department Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, Non-Transport. This application represents a continuation of services. Application is complete and staff is recommending approval.
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Post, second by Wheeler. No one cares to speak from the public. We'll close public hearing on this. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Daytona Beach certificate passes 7-0. Item 11.
Item 11, public hearing for renewal of Daytona Beach Shores Department of Public Safety Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, Non-Transport. Again, a continuation of services. The application submitted represents no change, and staff is recommending approval.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Johnson. No one from the public cares to speak. I will close the public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Daytona Beach Shore certificate passes 7-0. Item 12.
Item 12, public hearing for renewal of New Smyrna Beach Fire Department Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, Non-Transport. Just for the record, New Smyrna Beach is one of our partners under the Municipal Transport Program. They have indicated they will continue under this application. The application meets all the requirements of local ordinance, and staff recommends approval.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Johnson. Since no one from the public cares to speak, I will close the public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Daytona Beach, or New Smyrna Beach certificate passes 7-0. Item 13.
Item 13 is a public hearing for renewal of City of Ormond Beach Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, Non-Transport. Application indicates a continuation of previous services, and staff is recommending approval.
Move approval.
Motion by Post, second by Wheeler. No one from the public cares to speak. I'll close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ormond Beach certificate passes 7-0. Item 14.
Item 14 is a public hearing for renewal of the Town of Ponce Inlet Fire Rescue Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, Non-Transport. Again, Ponce Inlet is one of our partners in the Municipal Transport Program. They've indicated they will continue to provide that service. Staff is recommending approval.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Johnson. We'll close the public hearing since there are no requests. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ponce Inlet certificate passes 7-0. Item 15.
Item 15 is a public hearing for renewal of Port Orange Department of Fire Rescue Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, Non-Transport. Port Orange is also a partner agency under the Municipal Transport Program. They've indicated they will continue that and continuation of other services. Staff is recommending approval.
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Post. Was that you? We will close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Port Orange certificate passes 7-0, which takes us to item 16.
Item 16 is a public hearing for renewal of South Daytona Fire Rescue Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, Non-Transport. The application indicates continuation of existing service, and staff is recommending approval.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Post, with no request from the public to speak. I'll close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? South Daytona certificate passes 7-0. Item 17.
Item 17 is a public hearing for renewal of City of Deltona Fire Department Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, Non-Transport. Deltona 2 is a municipal transport partner and have indicated continuation of that service. Non-transport services will maintain as has been in the past. Staff is recommending approval.
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Post, second by Wheeler. There being no request from the public to speak, I will close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? And the City of Deltona Fire Department certificate passes 7-0. Item 18.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I don't think Fred has been with us this whole time, just to clarify.
Fred,
For
are
the
you
votes.
there?
Correct. For
Okay, we'll
item
change
9 to 20, it should be, or
6
6 to
0. Thank you. Item 18.
Item 18, public hearing for renewal of City of Edgewater Fire Rescue Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, Non-Transport. Edgewater 2 is a municipal transport partner and will continue that service, as well as non-transport services that they've provided over the years. Staff is recommending approval.
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Post, second by Wheeler. There being no request to speak from the public, I will close the public participation. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? City of Edgewater certificate passes 6-0. Item 19.
Item 19, public hearing for renewal of City of Holly Hill Fire Rescue Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, Non-Transport. The application indicates continuation of services, and staff is recommending approval.
Approval.
Motion to approve by Post, second by Wheeler. There being no request from the public to speak, I will close the public hearing. Any further discussion from the council? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. And finally, item 20.
Item 20, public hearing for renewal of Orange City Fire Department Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, Non-Transport. The application indicates continuation of past services, and staff is recommending approval.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Wheeler. There being no request from the public to speak, I will close the public hearing. Any further discussion from council? Heather Post.
Actually, Mark, I guess I probably should have brought this up on 9 or 10, whatever ours was, but I just have a quick question for you. Could you speak on to the city of DeLand's, where they're at in the process and
City of
getting
DeLand,
ALS?
the council approved their COPCN, I think it was back in April when we visited council. I'm not sure, I haven't got an update from Chief Allen where they are. I thought the process was in the pipeline. I know like every EMS agency, they're really struggling to find paramedics. Last I looked on the website, they were not a licensed agency, but they are working diligently towards that.
Any other discussion from the council? All in favor of the Orange City Fire Department certificate, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much. Well done. That takes us to item 21, approval of modification to coronavirus local fiscal recovery fund. Benjamin Bartlett.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Council. Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. Agenda item before you today is a modification to the direct funded portion of the ARPA list, specifically to the stormwater projects. What we have is we have an issue with our B19 canal down in Port Orange where we have a existing sheet pile wall that is failing. And what we would like to do, as you can see in the aerial there, it's awfully close to 4 homes and their properties. And what we are looking to do is design, permit, and construct a large box culvert through this area, which is essentially a large pipe that happens to be rectangular. It'll remove the issue associated with the retaining wall and prevent any kind of damage to these folks' property. And in order to accomplish that, we are proposing to fund with $3 million from the ARPA fund and replace 3 projects that were originally on the list: the Daytona Park Estates Basin Study and projects, Corbin Park Basin Study, and the 10th Street Mills Drive Basin Study. Now, we've identified these 3 projects as needs. We know that there's issues going on over there, but we were proposed to do these projects using our stormwater utility funding. As you know, with the ARPA funding, these funds have to be encumbered by 2024 and complete by 2026. We feel, given the time frame, these studies and projects might take a little longer than that, so we feel like a good swap to address a immediate need, and we'll still move forward with these projects a little bit more of a timely basis.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Robbins. Heather Post for discussion.
So based on what you just said, Ben, I just wanted to really stress for the public, because one of the questions that I had from a citizen was, or a couple citizens actually, was, we're shifting the monies, and so we're away from 3 projects, but these projects are absolutely being done, and they're being done in the time frame that we had looked at getting them done.
Yeah, because they're studies, we have to go through and do a study, and that study will generate a series of projects to address some of the concerns and needs that we've identified in these areas. So we know that those things need to get done. However, the compressed time frame associated with the ARPA, we're not sure if we can get through all that at projects, but we definitely know, we're going to continue to pursue these studies, move forward with them, just with our stormwater utility funding, but we don't anticipate slowing down on trying to get.
Just to stress for the public, this is not in any way slowing down. All 3 projects, they're moving forward. We're just changing where the money's coming from.
Absolutely.
So, okay, thank you.
And reprioritizing that. Thank you for your work, your staff, Attorney Apollo. I know you both personally evaluated this and dealt with the homeowner. I think it's a good switch here in priorities, and everything will get done. And there are no requests from the public to speak, so I'll close the public hearing. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? And now it's 7-0. Thank you, Lowry here. Item 22 has been removed from the agenda. Item 23, budget resolution, a proportionate fair share. Bad.
Good afternoon, Tad Casbier, County Engineer. This is a proportionate fair share agreement between ourselves, the City of Deltona, and the developer EFI4 Logistics Deltona. The owner is proposing to put in the Portland Industrial Park over there across from the Amazon site off of Normandy, just south of the Epic Movie Theater. Very similar to Amazon, a large amount of square footage associated with industrial uses, warehouse, storage, that type of aspect. The overall proportionate fair share agreement is for just short of $5 million. This portion also includes the first phase. This will be a multi-phase development. First phase will be just under $1.5 million. So it'll be allocated to that particular zone as projects come up. Any questions?
Council, any questions? Is there a motion? Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Robbins. No request from the public to speak, so I'll close the public hearing. If there's no further discussion, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 24.
Item 24 is a contract with Gregori Construction on the City Island Seawall Repair. The seawall was damaged as a part of Matthew, so it's been a long time coming. The project was held up waiting for the Veterans Memorial Bridge to be completed. A portion of the area that's going to be repaired as part of the seawall is the area they were using for their construction site. So now that we've got that complete, we're ready to move forward with it. The majority of this money is funded by FEMA, as well as some state.
Approve.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Johnson.
I have a little discussion.
Please.
It's kind of related to this. So when are we going to start on the Veterans Memorial Plaza? You know that was coming. Now, this was the first, right?
Yes, ma'am. We are revising the plan. We do have to go back to the ECHO board, as I understand it. We've got a minor modification. There was a proposed water feature as a part of it, which we are going to modify. The water feature was going to be a little bit too cumbersome and expensive, so we're modifying that actually to a fire feature. But apparently that's enough of a tweak that it's going to have to go back to ECHO to get their sign off on it overall. But we're finalizing the plans, and as soon as we get that done, we should be ready to go ahead and put it out for our contract. We won't start the construction work until the seawall work is complete, because it does utilize that same area. That's one of the advantages of letting the seawall work go first. We were going to have to modify the seawall under the original plaza plans. That work will now be covered under this particular project. So, but
I hope I get invited back for that, since I've kind of been waiting for a long time.
I'm sure Kevin would never overlook you.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor? Item 21, contract with Gregori Construction, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. You still with us?
Yes, sir.
Item 25, resolution proposed vacation of a portion of the plat of Brown's Landing North.
The petitioners are requesting the vacation of a tree preservation easement on their lot. The tree has died, so at this point there is no reason to maintain that easement. It was specific to a particular tree. As you can see on the aerial, there's nothing developed on that lot. Removing that easement gives them the ability to develop a house plan for that lot without that particular encumbrance. There were no objections.
Is there a motion? Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Wheeler.
Not even going to ask how it died. just pushing it through.
It seems like there ought to be a way to avoid this. No one from the public cared to speak. Close the public hearing. Any other discussion?
Environmental Services did confirm that it died of natural causes.
Okay, that's good to know. That's good. No shenanigans.
Roundup is not a disease. All right. All in favor of the vacation, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0. Tad, you're still here for item 26, proposed vacation of a portion of the subdivision of the south third of the Thomas Fitch Grant.
Yes, sir. The petition is requesting the vacation of 2 roads that were never constructed. They were platted previously. And as you can see from the aerial, the building was built over the top of a portion of those rights-of-way. The county has no use for those rights-of-way. It doesn't make any sense for us to ever build in that particular section. So we agree with his recommendation to.
Did you oppose? Okay, you approved it. Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Wheeler. From the public cared to speak, I'll close the public hearing. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Thumbs up from Fred. It passes 7-0. Item 27, proposed vacation of portions of drainage easement within the plat of Silver Sands Subdivision. Tad.
Yes, sir. The petitioner is requesting the vacation of the 2 feet out of a 10-foot drainage easement that runs along their northern property line. The drainage easement extends onto the adjacent property as well. Road and Bridge has reviewed this request. They don't need that 2 feet. It gives the property owner the opportunity to make some modifications to their home. We recommend approval.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve by Robbins, second by Wheeler. No one from the public cared to speak. Close the public hearing. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0 with a thumbs up from Mr. Lowry. Item 28, proposed vacation of a portion of the plat of Highridge Estates.
Yes, sir. The applicant is requesting the vacation of a portion of flats in the rights-of-way in the Highridge Estates area. This is over near the county's northeast public works facility. This portion of the subdivision is unimproved, is adjacent to properties owned by the property owner. They are seeking to go ahead and vacate these portions so that they can do something with the overall park. We don't see any need for those particular roads, those platted rights-of-way at this point. Correct.
Motion to approve by Robbins, second by Wheeler. No one from the public requesting to speak. I'll close the public hearing. Any further discussion from council? All in favor of this vacation, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And your final vacation passes 7-0. Item 28A, sponsorship request from the Volusia Recovery Alliance for their Keeping Hope event.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable members of council. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Item 28A is a sponsorship request from the Volusia Recovery Alliance for their Keeping Hope event that'll be held 5:30 p.m. on Saturday, August the 31st. This is the first time the county is being asked to sponsor this event, and the applicant is asking for $1,000 in sponsorship money. The sponsorships for this community event directly support family and friends who have suffered a loss of a loved one or anyone who has died from an overdose. Also provides recovery support for anything related to overdose. No individual ticket cost, and this year this will be a sum of $27,500 in county sponsorships.
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Post, second by Wheeler. Any discussion, council? And all in favor say aye. Any opposed?
I would like to mention, Mr. Chair, we had another sponsorship request that we did have to pull from the agenda. It was for the Volusia Literacy Council for their golf tournament. Unfortunately, they did not remain eligible due to the fact that they receive funds from the general fund. And that is something that's noted in the policy. So I did call Mr. Heinbaugh personally and extended our regret, but that event will continue to resume, and we wish them the best of luck.
Heather Post, did you have a question?
Also just highlighting, Volusia Literacy Council, if anyone's listening, you can go to their website and see how you can assist them. They help
Thank you.
Literacy and pollution.
It's a good organization, certainly.
And would you like to just pick up item 29 for community events?
Absolutely,
while
sir.
you're here?
So item 29 is community events. So this is just a reminder of the nearshore reef deployment. Again, as soon as the contractor is ready, we will be making those announcements to put that out there and let you be able to see some of it from the shoreline. Also, the Florida Wildlife Corridor Workshop is 9 a.m. Saturday, August the 13th. The next event that we have is the Palm Bluff Ribbon Cutting, and that's going to be 9 a.m. Monday, August the 8th. We're planning for that already. That's in Osteen, and that's coming up already next week. So another exciting event. Also, the Impact Fee Workshop. This is the second workshop. This is 6 p.m. August the 17th. This will be here in the TCK training room downstairs. And one more new event is the Chuck Lennon hiking trail ribbon cutting. That'll be, I believe we're going to have a date change on this. So even though we have Friday, August 26th, I believe we're going to have an update, which will probably move to the next day, Saturday, the 27th. We'll make some notifications publicly on that, but that is likely to come. And this is actually a really cool hiking trail, not unlike the other paved trails that we have. And then also, I always like to just remind, if anybody wants updates on community events, you can go to volusia.org under news, and then the county calendar, which we continually update every day. With that, that's what we have for events. Any questions?
Not seeing any. Heather Post, one question.
So I wanted to point out our Community Information Division is expanding, and we have recently hired someone.
Yes, ma'am, we did. And we have a new production coordinator. His name is Truman Rexty. Mr. Rexty, can you come out? He's a graduate of Full Sail University, and he has an extensive background in production, particularly with an emphasis on After Effects. So I think he's going to certainly help us boost our videography capability and capacity. So, Truman, do you want to mention anything?
I'm just happy to be here. Nice meeting everybody.
So I think he's going to be a little nervous after all the hoopla today, but we're certainly going to miss Brian for sure. But I'm excited to see what you bring forward. And I know the public has noticed a great deal of the improvements that have been made in the last year, 2 years, 3 years within community information. So we're looking forward to having you on board. And he told us this morning that he's ready to move us into 2024. So I heard that, and I'm going to keep saying that to you. So thank you.
Truman, you are too young to have heard of ZZ Top.
Okay.
You should. What is a ZZ Top? It's a musical group. You should look them up and listen to the song "Well Dressed Man."
We're certainly happy to have him, and you mentioned Brian. He is working now for the Sheriff's Department and going to help boost with those video skills too. So definitely, we're looking forward to the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to public participation and then remarks from staff and council. We have a request to speak from John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. From this morning, the Lynx, he had mentioned that they were created for Central Florida. Were we in the original concept of Central Florida? It makes sense, all right? If so, could we, and for cost savings and for future possibilities, correlate with the Lynx our Western Votran? We're separated. It's very awkward to run buses, et cetera, et cetera. It might be advantageous financially, like we have 3 districts for our hospitals and 3 districts for this and that. Perhaps we might want to divide Votran and link the cost savings with Lynx. Secondly, Echo on your sidewalk. I know you called it a trail, but to me it's a sidewalk, 10-foot wide sidewalk, all right? The city of Daytona Beach just put in $3 million on 3 different sidewalks. Did not go to Echo for it, all right? I understand that trails are trails. Is there some way of, because we already have $1.5 million set aside for trails to start with, and now we're taking another 1.5, so that's $3 million for trails out of 1 year budget, or half a year budget. It seems like you're double dipping, all right? So I'm asking you that this doesn't become a habit of double dipping, that you get your 1.5 million that you set aside every year, and you get additional 1.5 million for other trails, which are basically just sidewalks, all right? Also, I'm having a problem with the candidates. I did not like what happened this morning. I know you guys have thick skins and it doesn't bother you guys, but it bothers me because it sets a precedent. We have somebody at our city commission that comes all the time, and she's very, very negative all the time at her commissioner. No matter who's her commissioner, for the last 30 years, every single commissioner that she's had, she doesn't like. All right? They don't do any work, they don't do this, they don't do that. The idea that somebody would breach or make the comment that you guys are all corrupt, I hear that all the time. You guys don't hear it, but when people, regular run-of-the-mill people talk to me, they all assume you guys are corrupt. You all of you are you're on the take. And this just feeds into this stupid concept. There are people who go for office for altruistic reasons. Not all of you are on the take. And by her coming up and saying this, it gives credence to something that I wish we didn't have to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last request is from Wendell De La Rosa.
Wendell De La Rosa. I just wanted to put up some information on, I'm all about transparency, and I just heard Mr. Nichols. So I'm going to be a little transparent. I've been in contact with the names that are listed above so the public can see it. Louis Negrete from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Office of Executive Investigations, the Supervisory Special Agent in charge of Public Corruption Unit and statewide prosecution. Mr. Jack Hagedorn, State Attorney General's Office of Ashley Moody, the Director of Consumer Affairs. John Gard, the Deputy Attorney General of Florida, works directly for Ashley Moody. He's the deputy. Mr. Richard Martin, the Chief of Staff, the Florida Attorney General's Office with Ashley Moody. The Florida Inspector General's Office with Ashley Moody, the Department of Statewide Prosecution. And last but not least, the Inspector General's Office of the Office of Governor Ron DeSantis for appointment of statewide prosecutor. But with this said, I anticipate bringing my... Hold on. Bringing my last 2.5-year project to fruition, because Mr. Nichols is right. Not all of them are corrupt, but some of them are. All I have. Look forward to testifying from the grand jury in Tallahassee by the end of the month.
Okay. We go to remarks from County Manager.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to quickly respond a little bit to this morning. There was a comment from our union president here, Jeremy Karaginas. I just wanted to clarify. I think the remarks that he was referring to were part of a workshop. That's unfortunate. I think they were taken a little out of context, but I want to just put on the record that our fire department has worked very well. We have all of our EMS have access to all of our fire stations. That has not been a problem, and if the article mischaracterized that, I think that there's been struggles through the years. That I think that was referenced, and we still right now we're working with the cities, and that's where I think it's because you have more. It's more complicated because for the cities, of course, it's a different organization, and I don't know if they have maybe the same comfort level, but we don't have any agreements yet with cities, and so that's why we were proceeding with the buildings that we were. That was what the comment was on, was that the ability to get modulars so that we could have the smaller EMS type stations spread out where we needed them. I just wanted to say that, yes, I agree with what the union Chief said today, they have been nothing but professional and working with us on that. So,
Michael Dyer.
Thank you. On the end of last week, I sent you a memo on our council meeting ordinance with recommendation that we be authorized to come back with an agenda item for you to discuss, possibly amending our ordinance. Carissa does a great job in processing different multimedia she gets for folks who want to present before council and complying with the public records law. One thing that just wasn't an issue at the time, but we've realized it now is an issue, is we recommend that we just add to the ordinance that if really somebody has two ways to present something to you at a meeting. We have the projection screen. Anybody can bring a hard copy of a picture or a document they want to show council. That doesn't present an IT issue. Occasionally we get electronic files, and so your IT staff would like us to be able to scan those for viruses. She may be able to accommodate those here, maybe not, depends on how many. So we would like to recommend that you consider adopting a rule, just that if anybody has something electronic they want her to display to you, that we receive all of those 24 hours in advance.
For any multimedia, any...
Yes, sir. So whether it be a PowerPoint or a slide, picture, a video, audio,
Okay.
that type.
Barbara Gertman.
Thanks, Chair. I thought I recalled when we were having this discussion that we had said that if you were going to show a video, it needed to be a video of you and your voice and your opinion, not that of anyone else, whether it's you showing a clip from a news, whatever it is, then it's not a public comment anymore. It's not your public comment. It's someone else speaking in addition to you speaking. So maybe I misunderstood it, but I know that was my intention, that you stand and you represent yourself and your voice. And so is that the case? Was I the only one under that assumption?
Mr. Chair.
Let's take them in order. Billy.
Yeah, Barbara, I agree with you. That was my thought also, but I still think the 24-hour, I think for staff to be able to run that through, since we have so many viruses and everything, I think that is just a precautionary measure. But no, I heard it the same way you did.
I mean, I'm good with the 24 hours. I'm saying that if someone is presenting something other than their voice on any medium, that it's excluded. And unless it comes up as an agenda item or something, then it's not public comment, in my opinion. So.
Heather Post.
So I understand what you're saying about making the actual comment, but then when we have so many citizens that come in front of us, and like the guy on the beach the one time, he lives on the beach, and we were looking to put the road next to him, and it was he's been battling this for 6 years. If they want to provide any kind of video of that on the beach, or anything that they might have to assist in that's their only
but there was nothing verbal in that. There was nothing verbal in that picture. It was just them showing. Mm-hmm. So I'm not against you showing us a picture. Right, a visual aid. I'm saying if you're showing me a clip of an audio clip of something that's not your own voice, then to me, you're getting two representations, not one. And I thought this was public comment for that person's perspective to be communicated to us. So I would like to see us exclude, other than, like you said, something that is supporting your subject that's not audio.
So you're talking about news clips, whatever else that might be brought in.
Whatever that is, you go and interview somebody, whatever that is, we had that before when we had audio come in, and I thought that's when we came to that conclusion that we weren't going to accept that. So, if we can have staff come back, if council would agree to have staff come back with something in addition to the 24-hour review for, whatever data they're submitting, to be able to evaluate that for virus, I think we should exclude that.
Okay. Was that your feeling, Michael, that you would like to bring back some corrections or additions to the ordinance, or were you hoping for a motion and a second today on a
Well, if I could
couple of items?
have if council could direct me by motion, I can bring back some draft language to try to address. If your motion is to try to address both of those issues, bring back some draft language for council to look at.
Yeah, I think so. I've heard Billy sitting next to me say it, and now Barb, and I kind of remember it the same way that they did. So I think it is a good time to tighten up the ordinance a little bit, get some clarifications so that people don't feel like we're mistreating them when they come here and changing the rules on them. So if I could get a motion for staff to bring back some corrections, additions, changes to our current ordinance.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Gertman, second by Wheeler. Any other discussion? We'll have a chance to discuss it when it comes back. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And with thumbs up by Reverend Lowry makes it 7-0. So.
That is it. Thank you.
Okay, Ben Johnson.
I've got several things. One, last meeting, I brought up about the wildlife corridor meeting that you're having in Daytona. One of the things I brought up was the fact of that maybe we should put it off until after the November election. You became pretty defensive about it, and you told us that the people involved...
Are you speaking to me?
I'm speaking. I'm going to speak to everybody.
But are you speaking about me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Anyway, you said it was not political, and people involved wanted to have it immediately. I made a public records request, and I found some very disturbing emails. And I'm going to read them. This is Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, from Lisa Shipley, who is one of the presenters. I have been giving this event a lot of thought, as we are committed to helping ensure a successful, well-implemented event. I have a lot of experience, over 30 years, with structuring events that build collaboration, create foundations of knowledge, and inspire action. Given that the November elections could create a shift in the targeted constituents within the county, in my mind, the best use of time, energy, and resources would be to postpone this event until after the elections. I think you have an amazing opportunity to end year giving a group of folks that will be taking the corridor conservation forward a chance to build a foundational knowledge and get inspired to come back in the new year with a commitment towards action. There are 2 weeks that have always worked well for me because they are typically low-volume event weeks, November 28th and December 5th. By postponing, you would gain valuable time to develop a robust presentation that takes attendees on a journey of the full corridor with a zoom in on the county that can showcase critical opportunities and needs. Additionally, the first Water Report Assessment Commission by Archibald Biological Station will be completed by the University of Florida Water Institute in October, and we could incorporate some early data on the state of the water, which I know is a particular interest. June 27th, 3:39, Jeff Brower. This is really disappointing to me. I understand it gives you more time for planning, However, the August 23rd primary could end all political interest in the corridor. We need this before the elections so the public is better aware of what is being proposed and how it will work. Then the public can let their representatives and candidates know if they support the corridor or not. They do. November is too late. We need a public support to be heard by all candidates running locally. Mr. Brower, last meeting, you lied to me. You lied to this council. You lied to the public, the people that we represent. You have made this a political event, a cheap political stunt to enhance your Volusia values candidates. This is wrong all the way around. This is county personnel, county building. Everything involved in this county. And you have taken a wonderful event and bastardized it to the point to where who can have trust in what is happening? Mr. Brower, sometimes I think you have lost your way. And I think this has to have some more comment in reference to this right here, because Mr. Brower, you can try all you want. You can't justify the fact of what you've done here, what you said, and how you have deceived the people, including us. And I'd like to hear some comment from the rest of the council that'd like to weigh in on this.
Okay, first I will weigh in on it since you're accusing me in the strongest possible terms of lying. I stand by 100% what I wrote there. This is political. It doesn't have to be partisan. I mean exactly what I said in that letter. I want the public to know what's at stake here so that they can weigh in to the candidates that are running, all of them. That's the political system of the United States of America. They need to know what's going on. They need to know the benefits of it. It's critical that we move forward with the wildlife corridor where every member of the Florida legislature, whether they be Democrat or Republican, voted for it. Even though it was political, it was nonpartisan.
You told us it wasn't political, Mr. Brower.
Everything is political.
Mr. Brower,
Everything's
you
not
stood here and
partisan.
said it was not political.
It was not a political move to hurt anybody on this council. It's what I wrote in that sentence. I want the public to know where we stand. The public deserves to know where we stand on preserving land or not. And you can try as every single meeting to squash this. It doesn't need to be squashed. Our staff has worked hard on it.
Mr. Brower.
And we have over 200 people registered for it.
Yeah.
I didn't interrupt you when you talked. So it needs to move forward.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'd
Billy
like to
will.
voice in. It is on video very clearly that it was stated that it was not political.
The event is not political. Our staff is doing it.
How can it not be political when one of the supporters, one of your speakers supported $20,000 to a PAC of your candidates that you have running? That's political. I have a real hard time with the county being involved in that, as well as you had stated at the very beginning that Libby Levette was not involved in it. Her name is all the way through this. She organized this. How in the world she got with staff and was able to organize a program like this, but all the way through. It is her organizing and Mr. Bellini's $20,000. That's political. That is just wrong. I don't want my name on it when there's a political connotation like that. Go into a PAC that's supporting your candidates. I can't support it. I can't support it. I don't care if we've got 400 people. The people deserve the truth, and what came out is not the truth. It's not the truth. There was things behind the scene, a whole packet of things behind the scene. Let's talk by phone and not on the emails, and it's all the way through, and it's just very unfortunate. All of us are for that wildlife corridor, and we all are in agreement, and to make it sound like that we're not is so wrong, because we all are. But it created a political battlefield, and that's a shame because it's a great cause. Not until after January, I'm sorry, or after November. I'm absolutely in not support of it at all.
Well, that's too bad. That defies what you just said, that we're all for this. This is a political witch hunt. I cannot control what any member of the public, if they go on and support something on social media, I have no control over that, and I give them
the emails, Mr. Chair.
I give them the right to do that, to go online and support or not support.
These are the emails that were all in getting this all prepared with Libby Levette and you and Mr. Bellini and the whole thing. It's here documented, every single word, and
they're very interested.
It doesn't sound.
Mr. Bellini was critical in getting the governor to create the Florida Wildlife Corridor.
I'm not saying anything against Mr. Bellini.
Oh.
I'm saying it was.
Libby.
No, I am.
Mr. Brower, early on.
You're trying to put words in my mouth, and that I will not accept when there's $20,000 going into a PAC for your candidates, and he's our prime speaker.
Did you contribute to any candidates?
Did I?
Do you contribute to any candidates? Do you support, are you on any videos, Ben, of supporting any candidates?
No,
Ben is.
Oh,
There's nothing wrong with that.
Above board.
We all support people. I don't have candidates. I have
Mr.
people
Bauer,
that I support because I agree with what they're running for.
Black
It was
and
not
white,
political.
you put it political. Black and white, you put it political, Mr. Brower.
Yeah, and the
Your
political
answer.
was,
You put
let
it-
the
and you told us it was
let
not.
the public know what's going on so they can vote accordingly. I stand by that. I want the public to see this.
Mr. Brower, you're one of the sneakiest politicians I've ever met, I believe.
Oof, that's cat.
Okay,
That's for
Danny Robbins.
From you.
Well, you go ahead and put this information up because this is what
good
was
old boy
disturbing to me. Right here, for the record, is Department of State. Now, this has nothing to do with the First Amendment. What has everything to do is within 4 days of talking about this subject, $20,000 from the keynote speaker hits a campaign of supported candidates. Listen, I don't know. I want answers. I want an explanation because this person was brought into this equation during the event coordination. Then we started talking about it here. Talked about it didn't pass the sniff test. It didn't pass the sniff test with me. And then this. Then 4 days before we talked about it at a council meeting. I'm not a big coincidental guy, but this has put us individually, staff members, this county, the citizens, in a bad position. And I don't have to get into it. I think this is all self-explanatory. And what it's done is taken a event that could have been great, and it can still be, but my thought process on there is so much poison fruit attached to this. If anybody reads some of these emails, I'm not a prosecutor, but some days I wish I was, because this is why people don't trust the government. And I'm curious to see, I mean, this is just disappointing to me. I'm having trouble, honestly, finding words for it. But this has escalated to a point where I don't think anybody at this council can make a recommendation other than come back with more information, Mr. Dyer, in terms of how we go from here. Because where there's smoke, there's fire. And a blind person with zero common sense can see that something's not right. I'm not going to come out and make a flat-out accusation, but I've been around long enough when I could tell you, God Almighty, this isn't good. And I am sick and tired of things being trying to twist it around on this council. And the level of untruthfulness, not just appears what Mr. Johnson was talking about, but on that 19th meeting, I don't know if we could pull up the video, but 8/32/45, Libby Levette has nothing to do with the planning, to do with this event. And then there's several emails, Jeff, from just what I found as well in here. Emails from Kelly Deans, Brad Burbaugh to Chairman Brower about the event, the plaza, then transitioning to where Leslie Blackner, another donor who's involved in this event, she's going to be the fourth one from the bottom. She also donated $1,000. She's helping coordinate this. And who else? 12. But nonetheless, I can enter all this stuff into the record. It will, for whoever wants to take this, maybe at a state or a federal level, it can't be ignored. This isn't right. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I've said what I have to say. And Chris, I can bring over this packet to you.
You have stated that Elizabeth Levette is planning this event. That is just absolutely false. And maybe the staff sitting over there will not say anything, but that's not true. She can go online and say whatever she wants. She has,
Jeff, this is an
she
email,
has
bro.
inserted herself into Brad and Suzanne's planning. And she was asked not to do that. Suzanne set herself up as a go-between between anything that Elizabeth said to anybody. I have no idea what Elizabeth has said to
Jeff,
Suzanne
you introduced her
in the
to
meantime.
Suzanne on email. You introduced her to Suzanne on email. I'm going to tell you, you don't want to climb.
I did.
Yep, as the go-to person to coordinate this event. And we're getting down in the weeds and we're getting off it. You're digging your hole, but I'm not going to stop you. But keep going.
She was the go-to person for publicizing this and getting the public to come. She has nothing to do with planning the event. That's an affront to Suzanne and Brad Burbaugh,
No,
who have done all the work
off
on
of
this.
your back, off of your plate, and
Thank you for your speaker suggestion, Mrs. Levette.
And then put it onto them. I have about an inch and a half.
I answer all email, Billy. If somebody calls and said, here, what about this person? And then I turn it over to county staff. Y'all are, this think you're embarrassing me. I think you're embarrassing yourselves. Taking a perfectly good event that our staff has worked hard on, that the state of Florida, that our governor all supports.
Mr.
You
Chair,
protest too
This is
much.
a
Must
reason
have
to not
something
do
to
it.
worry about.
Mr. Chair,
Heather
I think
Post.
one of the
I'm
things.
sorry, you are not recognized. I don't see your name up here. Heather
It
Post
is
was
up there.
first. Heather was first, and then I'll come back to you, Billy, and then to Barb.
I keep hearing that this is not political, that, a circus is being made out of stuff, but I've never seen a bigger circus than,
Thank you.
no, actually coming from you and several other council members from over the last however many months on ridiculous stuff.
It's called integrity, Ms. Post, and morals.
Holier than thou attitude that we can't have certain people on different volunteer committees within the county, but then we have people on this council who have recommended, supported candidates that have Homeland Security charges, battery charges. We had a sitting council member that was in charge of her own PAC. That was fine, but but this discussion of PAC is not fine. But having a sitting council person in charge of her own PAC is not okay.
The PAC is getting away from the issue. The issue was
All of the ridiculous BS, Ben. All of it. That this holier than thou attitude that four people on this council have suddenly devised or come up with, that everyone has to fall under the standard except them, does not show integrity. And I'm a little offended as a resident of Volusia County. That we're having all of these different discussions that we've been having over ridiculous stuff. If there's something wrong, I don't know anything about those contributions, but if there's something wrong with those contributions, then fine, send it up to the state and you do whatever it is that you do throughout the chain. I can tell you, I went to the Inspector General on a county issue that needed to be handled, and they didn't want to do anything with it. So good luck to you. But well, that was rhetorical. Thank you. But all this ridiculousness and saying that a wildlife corridor workshop is political is insane. It's staff is providing information for you to assume that there's not going to be people across the board in Volusia County that are environmentalists that certain candidates might actually talk to that wouldn't be a part of an environmental workshop is insane. When we have an impact fee workshop, or we have a workshop on the space corridor or the space overlay, or we have any of these things having to do with development, you don't think that these people are involved? You don't think that there's contributions there? Absolutely there are. Everything we do up here is political. I don't see anything that has been shown to me. Having someone that has a criminal history that someone said, you guys have supported and recommended lots of people with criminal histories.
Where?
Nobody had any issues.
Where? Provide a basis
Adam,
for
you
that.
said it when?
When?
The same way, when?
And were they Volusia residents?
Well, the last person who ran against me, but
But this is getting away from what it was.
You said that
We're getting away from what I asked Mr. Brower. Away from what I asked Mr. Brower, and
getting
Mr.
away from this
Brower.
specific issue, which is ridiculous because you're talking about it's not okay for someone to be involved in a PAC, but then it's okay for Deb Denny's to be involved in a PAC. It's not okay
I
for...
have not, but back up, Ms. Post, because I have not mentioned money.
It's not
I have not
okay.
mentioned PAC. I mentioned
Billy Wheeler
emails.
mentioned PAC, so I'm talking to all of you because this is
But
the
Heather,
current discussion that we're having.
It's not okay for a
You're trying to
keynote
pass up the issue.
It is not okay for
We will
a
have
keynote
one person
speaker
at a
to
time
give
speak.
$20,000
We'll have one person at a
to a
time
PAC
speak. Heather
using
Post
county
has the floor.
facilities.
Danny,
and charging up.
you do not have the floor.
Well, I do have the facts.
Okay. Where are you finished?
I just think this is absolutely ridiculous. This is a workshop. I mean, if money's changing hands somewhere, then fine, then report the changing of the hands. But how does that negate providing information to the public on the wildlife corridor? This is a way to circumvent and kick the can down the road and to not talk about the wildlife corridor because way too many people are making way too much money on development right now. There's way too much being done. And Danny, if you really want to go into it, I mean, you came in owning a dirt company. You came in owning an excavator company.
You're wrong.
You look on
Tread
Sunbiz,
lightly, Ms.
everyone.
Post. Tread lightly.
Sunbiz. So I don't know how many decisions or votes that you made based on making money across the county and excavating or doing any of that, but
I will go on record putting my integrity
Mhm.
up against yours 7 days a week.
Okay.
All right.
Take it to the bank.
This is enough.
And
Billy.
Yeah, I just want to go back and stress again that Lisa Shipley, the Chief Executive Officer of Live Wildlife Foundation, suggested that we change the date. I mean, that's right there, because she knew this was too politically involved, and she knows. She says, with my vast amount of experience, Mr. Chair, had it not been stated that it was not political and recorded that it was not political, it was lied about because it is political. It truly is. And because you clearly said it in the emails afterwards, I've got to get this in before the primary. It's very vitally important. If this is truly vitally important to all of us, which it is, then it should be done after we can have it after November, which is what she suggested. There's 2 more meetings that it could be brought up, and we can have those discussions, but get all the rest of this out of the muckety-muck, because what's on video and what's in these emails, public records, anybody can look. We're not making this up. It's happened, it happened, and it's just wrong.
Ben Johnson.
Yes, I was going to say, we've gotten away from the fact of what I did. I've not mentioned political PAC. I haven't mentioned any of that. All I mentioned is the fact of, I asked the question, I didn't get the truth. And we found the emails that showed I didn't get the truth. So we can try to take and smoke screen this thing all we want, but that's the issue. So I think maybe it's time I go to my second issue here. And that's the Pioneer Trail letter that you sent to the governor under our name.
No. Hold on a second. Let me deal with what your first accusation of the day. Again, I will refer back to the letter that you wrote. It is a political consideration for every voter in our community that deserves to know what's going on. It is not a political event unless you're accusing Brad Burball, Suzanne, and everybody else working on it that somehow it's political to them. They are putting on an event so that the public can be aware. I do think it's critically important that they become aware of that before the primary, before election time, so that they have the information in their hands, that they know how to vote.
Why didn't you tell me that 2 weeks ago? When I asked the question, why didn't you tell me that?
Because you said
because it's the question I asked.
You said,
why didn't you tell me?
You said, is this going to be a political event? I know what the county staff is working on. They're not working on a political event. They're working on an
There's no sense in talking about this anymore because you're not going to admit to what you did, to what you wrote, and what happened. You're just going to take and try to turn it around. People who read this thing can see. They can see what was said.
They'll see that I want the public to have all the information. I'm not trying to hide.
You should have said this 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Should have said it 2 weeks ago.
All right,
Mr. Bauer, when I asked the question.
To your second point, I did not send anything under your name or the rest of the council's name to the governor. I sent it under my name only.
You sent it under the capacity of the chair. Here, I'm going to read the first line. In my capacity as the chair of the Volusia County Council, I hereby request a formal inquiry into the categorical exclusion you represented, so anybody in this state or in this country is going to see or assume that it came from the Volusia County Council.
Chair.
This was never, ever talked about in this council. No vote was ever taken. You are one vote. And if you'll go back and read, you're not a strong chair, Mr. Brower. You're not a strong chair. You're one member, one voting member out of 7. And you sent this letter that makes it as though we all sent it. Now, I believe in our charter. I was elected under our charter. And I'm going to tell you, as long as I'm sitting on this council, I'm going to fight that we do the right things in this charter. But in the way you did this, you have taken and made it look as though we all agree. And I don't agree with what you did one bit.
No,
as a matter of fact,
I'm
going to send a letter, and I'm actually going to make a motion that we send a letter. If any of y'all want to join it, if the motion passes, do it this way. If not, I'm going to send a letter and let them know I had no part in this, did not know about it, and don't agree with it. So my motion is to send a letter to the governor of the state of Florida informing him that the Volusia County Chair was not acting on behalf of the Volusia County Council. Further, that not only were we not informed of the letter until after the fact, we do not agree with the substance of his letter. Further apologizing to the governor at FDOT for putting them in this situation. And I hope our people can spell all the names right. Doesn't seem like your letter writer could.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for Ben to send a letter to the governor saying they don't support my position on the I-95 Pioneer Trail interchange, and anybody else that wants to sign it is fine with me. I think you all have that right.
I understood that the motion was, maybe I misunderstood it, but I thought the motion was that you were speaking for yourself. You were not speaking for all of us, and there does make a difference.
Okay, well, it sounds like y'all are up to speed on what you wanted to do here. I'm
Well,
curious
Mr.
how-
Chair, did
how
you
that-
talk with staff about that?
No, I didn't talk to
Yeah.
anybody about it. I am allowed to
Have a
have an
council.
opinion for the people that I represent. in
But
this
you're not
county.
allowed to represent yourself as the chair of the county council and represent all of us voting members.
Did not represent all of you.
You damn sure
I
did.
represented
You damn
myself
sure did,
as
Mr.
chair.
Bauer.
That's your opinion.
Corrected that once after you first got in office when a letter was written.
I know you
according like
correct me
this.
every meeting.
No, Jeff, it's not personal, but what you do have
It
to
is
understand.
personal. This is
Mr.
ridiculous.
Chair, please.
This is
Not
very
ridiculous,
personal.
Mr. Brower.
not.
You are
We are
usurping
a
county
council.
government.
We are a council, and there's more than one. And when you put out a letter like that of investigation, then I was the chair of the TPO, and for the last 2 years that you've been on the TPO as a board member, we've had this topic brought, I'm not even going to bring up the topic, but the topic of your letter has been brought up 2 times each year, and you have approved it without any question. So to send this letter out as the chair of the council, it sounded like we were all in support of something that has materialized over 30 years, and you've approved that I know of 4 times, 2 times the first year and 2 times this year. Your name is on approval, and every single city approved that project.
That's correct. And then I've got more information since then. And
But you
found out that
you
it's-
didn't even think to bring it to the council? This is what we're for.
I knew what would happen. This would happen.
But Mr. Chair, that's why we're all.
There's 4 people on this council who won't support anything.
So
I
that's
bring
why
up.
you
If I
want 4
bring it
people
up,
that are yes people.
I'm allowed to have my
Brower.
opinion.
Yes, you are, but you're not allowed to write a letter under our name. You could write Jeff Brower as a citizen of Volusia County, not as the chair of the Volusia County Council. You are out of line, Mr. Brower.
Okay, I'll talk to our attorneys about that. I'm not out of line.
Oh, Lord
I can
have
write,
mercy.
just as you just suggested yourself writing a letter that I don't agree with our county chair. And you're free to do that. I'll vote for your ability to do that.
Call the question.
The-
Wait for Billy to come back in.
While we're waiting on Billy, Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, I have the same concern about the language in the capacity of, and it does make that appearance because in some of the news reporting, it came across as though the council's perspective was this. So my question to you is, would you consider making a correction to your letter and stating that this was, you as Jeff Brower, and Jeff Brower is the county chair, but he's not speaking for the council?
Not my motion.
Well, I'm asking, this is my discussion period, so I'm asking Chair, if you will correct your letter to let it know that it was coming from you specifically and not representing the council. Because that's the only question I have about it was, and I know we've gone through other letters where you've either come to us and asked for our support, or you've done a letter that said that this is Jeff Brower, who is chairman, but I am not speaking for the council. That's all I'm saying. That letter, if that's where you stand, then, and that's the letter you want to write, that verbiage should have been included in that letter. So I'm asking you if you will make that adjustment to your letter.
Okay, let's deal with the motion on the floor, but I will tell you right now that, whatever the vote is, whatever happens, I will gladly do that. I think it's real obvious that it's my opinion, but I will be glad to do that. And I will also, just so this council knows, there is video of my press conference that I called to bring up this issue. I've actually got more information on it today that I'm now gonna save. But one of the things that I said, because I didn't want to harm this council, and I happen to believe that it's true, is that I asked the question, why now? Why am I bringing it up now? Billy said TPO has dealt with it, and we have. And then I find out that the categorical exception is illegal. That a judge has said you
But
can't.
we're not
you
speaking
can't
of
do
that. We're
But
speaking
I'm trying to
about
get
the
to a
letter
point.
specifically. I'm not trying to deal with any of
I understand.
that verbiage. I'm dealing specifically with the letter and the verbiage in the letter. I'm not trying to get into any of the weeds of what the content of the letter. I'm dealing
Right.
specifically what the motion is and what we're responding to, and that is the verbiage in the letter gives the appearance that is the council. So that's the only part that I want clarified. The rest of it is, to me, for another day, another time, and another
Yes.
opportunity.
Yes, I'll be glad to.
Thank you.
All right. We have a motion on the floor to. We have a motion on the floor by Ben Johnson to write a letter to the governor and all the people on there, if you care to, that this was not the opinion of the Volusia County Council, that it was the opinion of Jeff Brower. Is that, am I saying
I read
that?
it off a while ago. It's in the record. I'll read it again. Motion to send a letter to the governor of the state of Florida, informing him that the Volusia County Chair was not acting on behalf of the county council. Further, that not only were we not informed of the letter until after the fact, we do not agree with the substance of his letter. Further apologizing to the governor and the FDOT for putting them in this situation.
That's the motion.
That's the motion.
And there was a second by Wheeler.
Okay, I'm not pulling back, but I'm in agreement with everything other than towards the very end. As questions. I don't like the term investigation. I think it's okay if he has questions on the item. So I'm not going to say I'm against looking it over, but I'm saying we weren't a part of that conversation and his issuing of that letter. I'm not supportive of the investigation. If that's what you're saying, okay. Am I lost on that one? Yeah.
There's nothing there about investigation.
Not only were we not informed of this letter until the fact, we do not agree with the
Brower's letter can
substance
stand
of
if they
his
want to
letter.
do that.
Yeah, I'm not withdrawing my letter. It wasn't an investigation, it was an inquiry. That's the legal route to ask the question.
I don't even address that. If they want to
is
address
this
Mr.
legal?
Brower's thing right here, that's fine.
I would like a little change in that. I don't know why, but with the substance of the letter, I don't have a problem with him asking the question. I have a problem, like Barbara said, making it sound that we absolutely were all a part of that conversation. He's allowed to do that.
Didn't say he wasn't, but it says
Yeah.
as a member of the Volusia County Council. He can do that as a private
Right.
citizen. They can hold that letter, but this
Right.
is as a private citizen. And he has that right. And
Yes.
just like I have the
Yeah.
right, but I'm not going to take and put it down there as in my capacity.
Well, may I ask a question? Well, no, I don't want to get into the content of the letter. Not going to get.
Does this suit you? I mean, it's not an inquiry. We're not asking for an inquiry. All I'm doing is putting in his thing right here that don't agree with it, did not know about it, and that we're not a part of it. And
I do not agree with his writing the letter.
Can we just have maybe staff or legal write something up for us? They know the legal mumbo jumbo and
I
cover
do
all
not.
bases.
Yeah. Okay.
If the motion passes, we could bring something back to you at the next meeting, unless you want to narrow it down more today, and if the direction is give a specific enough direction to write something that we can present to you for signature. before the next meeting.
I am not in support of the letter that he wrote. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I do. I just
Remedy
think
it if he
I think you
corrects
gotta
it himself? Does that not remedy the concern if he remedies it himself and changes the language?
With you if he corrected it and said he was not speaking for the entire council? That's the point that I want to get out.
I think it needs to be a little stronger. Our reason for that is because he keeps doing these things.
But the point is, we want him, if he would say that, I would be okay with that. Because, yes, I don't want to get into the contents of the letter. This is about, in my opinion, it is about the letter that went out, that it appeared that it was from the entire council. If he writes that, I'm okay with that. Would you be okay with that?
I still have some problems with that due to the fact that we just keep having these things pop up and up and up and up, and somewhere along the line, we've got to make a stand to let him know he's not the strong chair, that he cannot just do anything he wants as the Volusia County chair, that he has to take and follow our charter. And I support our charter, as I said. As long as it's there, I support it, and I support what the rules are about the fact of what we can and can't do, and he keeps taking and going right off against it, and it is not right.
I agree 100%. 100%. All I'm asking is, can we get him to correct that?
Can you point out in the charter where I've gone off the charter by having an opinion and sending it to the governor? I also called and talked to 2 staff people. They are not under any misconception that this is from me and asking for the inquiry. I talked to 2 staff people.
Here is what the charter says about the chair. Serve as official and ceremonial representative of the government. Issue proclamations on behalf of the government which shall be reported to the county council upon issuance. Preside as chair of all and in all other respects participate in the meetings of the county council and have an equal vote on all questions coming before it. Execute ordinances, resolutions, and other authorized documents of the government. Serve ex officio as the government's representative and appoint others to serve in the county chair's stead on other bodies external to the county government. Serve as the county council representative and appoint council members to serve in the county's chair's stead on other bodies internal to the county government. It does not give you the authority to act as an authoritarian and write something that says, in my capacity as chair of Volusia County Council. That is the first line. In my capacity as chair of Volusia County Council. In your capacity, it would be if we voted more than 4 votes to take and support this letter, no matter what. I was the president of the Florida Sheriff's Association, and there was times when I didn't agree with what the unit did, what the sheriffs did or said. But that doesn't matter. It was still my job. I had to represent what the body did, not go out on my lark and decide to do what I want to and make it appear as though I was representing the membership, and that's exactly what you have done here. You were out of line, Mr. Brower.
Every time I have written a letter that came from this group, I have asked every one of you, did you want to sign it? I did this with my own name because I wanted it to be known to the governor and his staff that this was my opinion and my serious question about the legality of this. So, Mr. Dyer, I would like your opinion on, and I know I would like your opinion on, did I overstep the boundary in that language? What is your correction?
No, I could see both sides of the discussion, but I understand that the concern is, and sometimes in these letters, because I think many of you have issued letters independently on things, that what I'm hearing is some concern that it wasn't clear from some viewpoint that the letter was not on behalf of the rest of council. I mean, I've seen some of your letters come out where sometimes you say that expressly, maybe say it in different ways. So, and I'm hearing from you, Mr. Chair, that you think when you said you sent it in your capacity as chair, you meant it that, well, you're chair and only the chair was sending it.
That's how I meant, and is my capacity to represent the voters of Volusia County. But regardless, Barbara, I'm going to keep my word to you, and I will do it immediately to reinforce the fact to the governor and his staff that that it'll go to everybody on that letter, that it came from me. And what I started to say before is that I told the governor and wanted him to know, I said it at the press conference, that the reason I did it right now is because we have different leadership. I happen to think that our governor is the most proactive environmental governor that we have ever had in the state of Florida, ever. And we have a brand new Secretary of Transportation who comes from right here, from District 5. I know him. I know he's a family man. I know he cares deeply about the environment and safety. And so I thought this is a time with new leadership to ask them, it's an inquiry. Look into this and tell me if this is a legal transaction that has happened. The court's already said it's not. That's why I want the question asked. I will do that immediately, and the governor will know that it's only my opinion.
Thank you.
So, do you want to proceed with the vote? We have a motion on the floor. Okay. I have a motion by Johnson, second by Billy Wheeler.
Chair, you do have someone wanting to speak on this vote.
On this vote?
Mm-hmm. They've submitted two. One was for the wildlife corridor, which there was not a vote on that, and he did want to speak on the letter.
Okay. Is that permissible?
Yeah,
We're going to vote.
it's required by Sunshine. Yep.
Okay. Wendell De La Rosa.
I'm back. That was the facts cover sheet of the Office of the Attorney General of Florida for official misconduct, criminal activity, conspiracy to change, subvert the 23 August 2022 and November 8, 2023 Florida elections. This is nothing more than you show dogging, and I'm glad that finally somebody has stuck up and the council seeing this, and that the public will see all these emails, and it'll all get exposed. I cannot wait to be up in Tallahassee, to be proffered, and watch all the co-conspirators wrapped up. There was a method to my madness on July 19th by showing those individuals in there, and I still think there needs to be a motion on the first part, what Mr. Johnson brought up about the environmental corridor. I think the vote would be 5-2 now to cancel it for the next 118 days. So it's a good project and not a bad one. Hold it up. That environmental corridor will be there in 118 days, just like my exchanging of property with you. You wear your leadership on your sleeve. So I'm done with here, and I'll come back to the conservation corridor when you make a vote on that, because I think that vote will be 5-2 now.
So we have a motion on the floor from Johnson, second by Wheeler. All in favor?
Mr. Chair.
Heather Post.
So I wanted to comment on this before the vote is made because of my vote, but so I was listening to all of this, but it's interesting. I got an email saying that a letter was written, and I'll tell you, I was really surprised when I got the email because I had no idea that the letter was being written. And I'll tell you, I actually stopped and I looked at it and I said, oh, I don't, because I didn't remember this being talked about. And I looked, and all of council was not on it. So staff didn't make it to where it was coming from council. And so I said, oh, okay. And then I actually made comment to a few people, and I said, I wish he had brought it up because I would have signed it. And so my thing is I would have liked to have been on it. And so I wanted to say that before my vote, but in getting that email from staff saying that the letter had gone out, I did not get the idea that that was from council, because we had not discussed it. I read it as it was coming from you, and I specifically made conversation to say, I wish we had all been asked, because I would have been on it. So.
Okay. Krista, would you call the roll?
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry.
Yes.
Ms. Post.
No.
Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wheeler.
Yes.
Ms. Gertman.
Wait a minute. Well, we're voting on the motion that Ben, oh, no.
Mr. Brower.
No.
4-3.
So the motion fails, but I am writing to the governor and calling him.
The motion passed.
The motion was
Ben's
4-3
yeah.
as a no?
Is it yes?
3 were against and 4 were for it.
3 were against
Okay.
sending it.
Read back who was for it.
Mr. Johnson, Dr. Lowry, Mr. Robbins, and Ms. Wheeler were for the motion.
Okay. Okay.
I got one more issue. No, it's just things that have come up, and it's just not right. Mr. Bauer, you were in Seminole County a week or so ago in front of them, and something came up to the effect of about the lagoon dying, which we all know is a major issue, major problem. You talked about, you don't fish there anymore, which I don't blame you. But then you mentioned that all we talk about in Volusia County is toilet to tap water. Am I correct in that?
No, I did mention toilet to tap. I said that Daytona Beach, instead of protecting the aquifer, what Daytona Beach is doing right now, experimenting
Do me a
with
favor,
toilet
I've
to
asked
tap.
that thing to be put up. Would you mind playing that thing?
What I'm going to tell you is a true story. I serve on the Indian River Lagoon Council. And a few weeks ago, we had our 5-year, the Indian River Lagoon is, in my area, it's known as the Halifax River. It runs up the coast of Florida. We've killed it. I used to fish as a kid in the Mosquito Lagoon in Volusia County. I don't fish there anymore because there aren't any fish. The seagrass is gone. Manatees are dying. And so, you know what our response is in Volusia County? Well, we're going to move to toilet to tap water. And yes, that's just what it sounds like. You flush the toilet, they clean up the water enough so that it goes into your tap and you take a shower in it and you drink it. And then they'll tell me that, well, the astronauts do that. Well, fine. If an astronaut, they collect his urine or her urine and they clean it up enough, I would probably do that as an astronaut. I might even drink my own cleaned up urine. I'm not drinking yours. And you shouldn't want to drink everybody else. Think about what that does to our...
Mr. Brower, that's not what you said. This is the only time I've heard this toilet to tap water. I think I remember a few years back that in Daytona they did some kind of demonstration that never heard anything more after that. I think the only time I've ever heard of reclaimed water ever, and that thing right there was one time, a year or so ago, 9 months ago, I don't even know, that Danny Robbins mentioned something about, have we looked at that in, for some of these bicycle trail things, whatever. And we didn't discuss it. We didn't pick it up. We've never discussed it. I have not heard of any cities in this county discussing it. It's not something here. This is just something that you brewed up during this campaign to scare the citizens. It's not true. You put it that that's all we're talking about over here. Mr. Brower, I'm, you know, it's one after the other of you want to say whatever you want to say, and it doesn't have to be the truth. What did they say? George Washington couldn't tell a lie. Richard Nixon couldn't tell the truth. Good God, Jeff, you can't tell the difference.
Is that it? It is being talked about all over Volusia County. I hold town halls in every section of this county, and it comes up. It's a well-known fact that that's something that's being looked at. Several $1 million invested in Daytona in a plant. Everything's ready to go except for turning on the tap. They say they're not going to do it right now. The state of Florida says by 2025 we may have to. It is an issue. I'm not willing to wait until then and say, oh no, we didn't know about it. So yeah, you're asking me gotcha questions. Exactly what did you say? Well, obviously I don't remember the exact wording that I did. What I know in my mind is that Daytona Beach is working on that, has a plan, invested the money, and we are talking about it all over Volusia County. Not because I bring it up, because it keeps being brought up. And so I think it's important. I want to get ahead of it and stop it before that's our only option. What we need to do is take care of our aquifer, not investigate how do we drink each other's urine.
And none of us, you hearing all this because you're bringing it up at things, and you've made a campaign issue.
It's because
that's where it's coming up.
I'm in touch with the voters, and
The facility was shut down October the 21st in 2021.
What's that?
The Daytona facility was shut down in 2020.
You know, if you tell the truth, you don't have to remember what you said.
And it's still there, and all the plumbing is still there, and the valve is still there, and the state is saying we still might have to go to that. So I'm not going to ignore that. It's too important. Heather Post.
I mean, I don't know who you're talking to in the community, but I can tell you in District 4, which is that part of Daytona Beach where that stuff's occurring, that is a giant discussion when I go to the meetings and things, and I'm certainly not running around saying, hey, let's talk about toilet to tap. It's being brought up. So it is a discussion being brought up in public. This kind of gotcha stuff about, attacking the chair or attacking anyone on council by saying, because he said a certain subject is all that's being talked about, and saying, no, it can't possibly be the only thing that's being talked about. That's sort of ridiculous. I'm sure we've all brought up stuff where we've said, like, this is, and we've made comments like that, this is all that's being talked about, or this is the issue. And I'm sure you can come up and say, well, that's not the issue. That's not the one issue in Volusia County. This is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. We need to get away from this holier than thou attitude, and we need to get back to work. How about we focus on the actual issues like the wildlife corridor, like toilet to tap, like all of the issues that the public are coming to us with and saying, please help, because we're running out of time.
Mr. Chair.
Billy Wheeler.
I guess I'm going to bring it up right now, but I'd like to make a motion that we postpone the wildlife corridor event until after the election.
Second.
Public, pay attention. We have a motion on the floor from Billy Wheeler.
Mr. Chair, that was not against the validity of the content at all. I mean, that makes you're putting words out there into the public that's not true. I absolutely support the corridor and all of that conversation. I'm just saying not until after the election, as they suggested themselves.
Hear, hear.
We have a motion on the floor by Billy Wheeler to postpone the wildlife corridor workshop until after the November elections, seconded by, who was the second? By Reverend Lowry. Krista, call the roll. Any other discussion? Ben Johnson.
I'm very much the fact of I think we need to have it. It's just that I agree with Miss
I
Wheeler.
agree.
I said, don't say that don't put out there tonight on your Facebook, all these people didn't want to have it. That's not the issue.
Oh,
You want to take it out of this political arena so the right thing can be done and people can get behind it. Everybody can get behind it.
doesn't get any more political than this, Ben. And Heather Post.
I'm assuming after this, someone's going to make a motion that every other year we don't have any meetings and we don't talk or make policy on anything because that might be political in that year. This is crazy.
I'd like to make a motion to not align ourselves with people that are going to donate $20,000 to be a keynote speaker. That's the elephant in the room. That's what I'm concerned about. This isn't right. This might be a good story for you in the West Volusia Beacon. It's all there. I put it on a stick drive.
Okay, no, we're still discussing it. Arnie Bellini did not donate $20,000 to be a keynote speaker. He doesn't need to. He's one of the most respected business people in the state of Florida, well known to the governor. He was asked to be a speaker. Actually, I don't know if it was before or after he made a donation. It's completely separate. He can donate to whoever he wants. He donates for people that he believes are going to support the wildlife corridor. That's one of his major issues. So to say that he tried to buy his way in is, you don't know Arnie Bellini.
Did he contribute to the conference?
To what? To this conference? Mm-hmm. He tried to. He offered to sponsor the entire thing, just like he did to the one in Orlando. And
then how did the money end up in the PAC?
Yeah.
Jeff.
Pardon me?
Then how did the money end up in the PAC?
I assume he donated it there.
Shocker.
It's not illegal.
It's not. But it smells.
What's it smell of, Danny?
If I have to explain it to you, Jeff.
We've had people in this county that donated to the housing workshop. Do we want to get all that? Yeah, stop. Exactly. This is ridiculous.
Okay.
Maybe we should look into that.
But they weren't in a pack.
Oh, it's a pack. Okay,
Oh.
like Deb Denny's pack. All right. This is crazy.
Well,
I know you don't know anything about anything, Billy. Yeah. Okay.
Heather, really?
okay.
That was out of line.
I just meant you flip-flop, not that you're stupid.
So we have, I'm going to say it again, a motion on the floor by Wheeler, second by Lowry, to postpone the wildlife corridor workshop till after the election, and then we would see what happens then. After all the work that the county staff has done, after the 200 plus people that have registered already, how will we contact all these people to let them know if it has voted to cancel it? And does anybody want to ask county staff if they're the ones that worked on the event?
You're not going to put this on them, Jeff. I'm going to defend them till the end. Don't go there. I'm telling you, you don't want to climb that tree with me. I'm telling you right now.
Okay.
You're not going to do this to them anymore. Enough. This ends today. If you want the facts are on that thumb drive. Do not do this to that staff, and you're not going to do this to this council. I am sick of it. It is unacceptable at all levels.
It's a wildlife
Here,
corridor
here.
workshop.
Okay.
It's information.
Oh, please.
It's a value.
Okay.
Before I take the vote, you also have a public participation slip for this item as well.
Okay. I don't see it. Who is it? Let me guess.
Mr. De La Rosa.
De La Rosa?
Just on the wildlife corridor vote, Ben, that you're getting ready to take, and it has, I just want to reiterate that you're worried about how did the 200 people get notified. I'm 10 of those 200 people. 1 and 9 of my compadres were going to go, but we smell the stinkiness of it. It's called Eventbrite. So you had to register via Eventbrite. So when it gets canceled, it goes cancel, and I get an email saying it's canceled until November 28th or whatever that date that Ms. Shipley recommended. But again, I have to bring it up to the council to make this vote, that do consider that this is an active, open investigation by the Florida Attorney General's office for official misconduct and conspiracy to change and subvert the August 23rd, 2022 and November 2nd or November 8th, 2023 Florida elections. Those emails in here, ladies and gentlemen, are more than unethical. They are criminal in nature, hence the criminal investigation and the proffering and the grand jury, etc. So I'm glad that you take that all in mind on your consideration for your vote. Thank you.
Krista, would you call the roll?
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry.
Yes.
Ms. Post.
No.
Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wheeler.
Yes.
Ms. Gertman.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No. So the wildlife corridor workshop is canceled. It's canceled. You just canceled it. Maybe you'll bring it back. We'll see. Let the public beware. Okay, that's only the first. That was Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry.
I think everything's been said. I don't have much of a voice anyway, so I'm done.
Heather Post.
All right. Well, first of all, George, I wanted to say thank you for commenting on the firefighting union's discussion from this morning. I think that was very appropriate, and I'm very glad that you did. I know that they've been more than willing, and when we actually spoke about it in council about what we were going to do with the respite areas, we actually had the two chiefs from the Chiefs Association in here in the room, and they both said that it was not a problem. So appreciate that. On another note, I would like to bring back more discussion on EMS. We really need to be looking at what's occurring. We've had, just in the last 4 days, we've had numerous, and it's been happening over and over and over for the last few years, 90 minutes, greater than 90-minute waits at the hospitals, 4-hour waits at the hospitals, 4 ambulances, all at 1-hour waits at the hospitals, just numerous waits. And what that means is we are already short ambulances. Most of these ambulances are BLS ambulances, which means they do not have the capability to provide medications and provide what is needed for those higher propensity calls like strokes, heart attack, things like that. And so not only were we having the BLS ambulances respond, when you finally wait and get one to respond, it is a BLS. So the fact that we've been low on the road, and then we've had so much issues with the diversions at the hospitals and the wait at the hospitals. When the ambulances get to the hospitals, there's a wait, and our EMS professionals will not just dump off a patient in the hospital. They have to wait, and they have to take care of them until the hospital actually takes control of that patient, and the hospitals are not taking control of the patients. So I'll tell you, just over the weekend, there were 2. If you had, so in District 4, we have Advent Health on Williamson, and we have Halifax. They're on Clyde Morris. If something had occurred, both on diversion, you're hosed. You'd have to be toted. When an ambulance finally got to you from God knows where, you would have to go to Birdfish in New Smyrna, or you'd have to go to Deltona to be taken care of. And I repeatedly hear over and over and over again, well, no one's complaining. Well, It's because the patients don't understand what's happening behind the scenes, and it's very incumbent upon us to take care of these things. I think it's getting to the point. Our county is getting busier and busier and busier. We're building more and more and more houses. We do not have the transportation, the roadway infrastructure, but we certainly do not have, I think, the public safety infrastructure to adequately handle an increase in population, much less what we currently have. And what I would like to see, I have asked for this to be addressed so many times, and we have made very small changes over the last however many years, good changes, but we have not, I think there's a number of things that we could be doing to step this up and to really work on increasing it, because bottom line is we need to do something, because these things are not acceptable anymore for our citizens for response. So we must do something, whether that means, you know, I begged and begged and begged when we had all the $305 million from the federal government for us to address EMS by increasing pay and doing all of these things. And we've done increases in bonuses. But there's still a whole lot more that we could do. And I think we've got to do something. We have to do something. This is not acceptable. I've talked about service in Ormond by the Sea. If that ambulance that's supposed to be stationed up there, that is consistently brought down to be used in other parts of the county, if they're not available, if you have something major happen to one of your family members up in Ormond by the Sea, you've got someone coming from South Daytona, you got someone coming from Deltona to respond. And now it's not even a now, it's been happening for a long time, but we're not actually having the hospitals available to take care of the actual patients. So I know that the hospitals are building more urgent cares and more hospitals, and they're working on it, but in the interim, we have to do something with our EMS system. This is not okay, and I've been saying it's not okay for a long time, and it's getting worse. So I'm going to ask that on the next council meeting that we put something on the agenda to actually really look and delve into, and not fluff, but to really look at, I'll tell you, and I don't mean fluff as in, I mean, you look at our county website and it's wonderful, and I see a survey, and we keep doing surveys of the clients, the patients, and the patients are all saying our EMS personnel are amazing and fire is amazing, because they are amazing and they're professionals and they're doing everything they can to do what they can with the resources that they have. But patients don't know. I fell down the stairs here in the county building, and it took a long time for someone to come. When someone finally came, they asked for a BLS ambulance. So I'm in downtown DeLand. They asked for a BLS ambulance, and then realized, we don't need a BLS ambulance. We actually need an ALS ambulance. So we need, you know, if I had cracked my head open or something like that, we would have definitely needed an ALS. So then they canceled the BLS. Then they asked DeLand Fire to come. So DeLand Fire comes. DeLand Fire doesn't have ALS to be able to transport and respond to those high priority calls. So then everyone stood around wonderfully, by the way, and took care of me, but their hands were tied until an ALS ambulance finally arrived. And the ALS ambulance the entire time, we have so many ambulance stations around. It took a long time to get here. So this system not working, and we absolutely need to be doing something, especially with what's critical and what's going on with the hospital system. And all I keep hearing about is, well, we need to work with the hospitals and they can't do anything about it, and that's fine, but my issue is to represent the people in District 4 in Volusia County on giving them proper response. And when I look at the county website and it says 90th percentile on average hospital drop times, and it's listed on there, and it's saying, like, the average drop time at the hospitals is 21 minutes. You pull those CAD calls, which, by the way, you can't get the CAD calls because the county system is the only one that has the CAD calls. And then if I request more than like 10 CAD calls, which is the incident report from the calls, all the personal information has to be redacted. And then I might have counsel, the old counsel said, I can't believe you're having staff spend time on redacting these things for CAD calls, but that's the only way you can get proof to show what's actually occurring. So I would like it on the next county council agenda that we actually really talk about EMS and no fluff. And we have to instill some changes for the betterment and the safety of our citizens. That's all I have.
Suzanne.
Does anyone disagree with having a discussion on the agenda? On the agenda, yep. It just really needs to be discussed fully. No fluff.
Suzanne, you're going to speak to this issue.
Yes, sir, if you would. I do want to tell council, as some of you know, I, along with several of your public protection staff, had an opportunity to spend last week at an EMS conference called Pinnacle, where I sat through 5 days of informative sessions on the state of EMS throughout North America, United States and Canada. There were a number of speakers from throughout the country and Canada. Wall times, which is the phrase used to talk about drop-off times at hospitals, was one of the most prominent issues discussed by every speaker that I heard in Florida, throughout North America and Canada. So the issue of wall times and the drop-off times of patients in emergency departments is commonplace. It is certainly not unique to Volusia County. And frankly, it's not a resource issue except for the hospitals. In fact, I came away from that conference because we do very closely follow our times in the emergency department, because Ms. Post is exactly right. It takes resources off the street. And our average wait times range from about 30 to 45 minutes based on which hospital it is across the county. And after what I heard last week, I'm actually pretty proud of our hospitals. We are very low and below the average that many communities are facing. Their paramedics and emergency medical technicians being kept in the hospital. That's not to say that we don't have emergency rooms on a time-to-time basis go on diversion. And by that is when our medical director, Dr. Gershon, directs our emergency medical staff, both fire and EMS, to avoid certain hospitals while they're having extraordinary wait times. And that's an important management tool that is helping us keep our staff on the roads. If we were to come back and talk about that EMS, if that's the council's will, we can bring it back. Of course, we all know we just spent, I think, 5 hours in a workshop on EMS recently, and really appreciate the council's support as followed up in the budget discussions of putting monies into our EMS systems for additional staff and resources as part of this upcoming budget. You still have the formal votes on the budget to come, but I'm hopeful that we'll continue to have that support. You also did give signing bonuses and extra pay. We are in contract negotiations with our union, so I don't really want to get into issues that are going to be part of those union negotiations, but the resources that council has supported us with EMS is gratefully appreciated, and more may be on the needed in the future. As far as Ormond by the Sea and other rural and far-reaching areas outside the core, I think everyone is aware of this, but I don't want any unnecessary panic in the community. all of our fire departments are first responses on medical calls. And should the ambulance in Ormond by the Sea, by way of example, be at a hospital taking a patient and someone were to have an event, the fire departments in that area would be the first responders. They do have paramedics on the trucks and can give advanced life support or basic life support treatment should that become necessary. ALS and BLS, of course, part of that 5-hour workshop was the discussion of adding basic life support ambulances as part of our system to help make sure that we hold back our advanced life support ambulances for those critical acute calls where ALS service is necessary. I would say that the BLS ambulances are being tracked extremely closely in terms of whether those calls do end up requiring any advanced life support. Our goal is to write those call cards very specifically with our medical director to make sure that we dispatch a basic life support ambulance to a basic life support call. And as I think you may all remember, about 80% of all of our transports and 911 calls for medical are low acuity BLS type calls. I will say I heard that over and over and over again last week from across the country, basic life support being a critical component of everyone's response to the issues that EMS systems are having across the country. Of course, retention and recruitment. If wall times wasn't the most discussed item at that conference, it was recruitment and retention, an issue the entire country is facing with paramedics. I heard a lot of great material to bring back and hopefully continue to improve our situation. You may remember from our workshop, growing our own, I think was a phrase Mr. Coleman used. We have 12 EMTs in our department that graduate this month from paramedic school. We hope to have them quickly certified by our medical director, and those will be 11 more paramedics in our system. I believe 15 additional EMTs are in paramedic school in addition to the 12 that are graduating. So one of the, keys that I kept hearing last week as a solution to the recruitment and retention problem was this idea of growing your own. So I was happy to hear that some of Mr. Coleman's suggestions were really among the solutions that were being discussed nationally at the conference that we were at. If the council would like more discussion, frankly, I don't know what more beyond that 5-hour discussion we would have. I felt, frankly, like I wish I had all 7 council members with me last week, because I think if you had heard the state of other EMS services here in Central Florida, here in Florida, throughout the state, throughout the country, throughout Canada, you'd feel very proud, as I do, very proud of our EMS system, our call times, our wait times, our service levels, and now the Institute of Basic Life Support really, I think, could have stood up to almost any system I heard presenting last week. And so I feel not only are our staff incredible and our patient surveys are coming back very strong, but I think our system, the way it's set up and deployed, gave me a lot to be proud of last week. It's actually operating very good. Can we do better? Yes. Are the 12 graduates going to make a big difference? Absolutely. Are the 15 in school going to make a difference when they get through with their paramedic schooling? Absolutely. Do I think we need to add more resources as we get through our union negotiations? I'm sure we'll be back talking with council about what we may need there as well. But I did want to just add to you that it was very helpful and eye-opening for me to get a very national perspective on the state of EMS. It left me feeling, frankly, much better in terms of how well our system is operating. I just will tell council that your leadership in public protection under Mark Swanson and Jim Judge, Mike Coleman, are reviewing all of our calls on a monthly basis down to the CAD level. They're doing excellent work in quality assurance and making sure that any adjustments that need to be made are being addressed on an ongoing basis, because even though I might have left feeling darn good about where we're at, we're about improving that system every day, every month. We're after looking at our statistics to make sure if there are areas we're focused on them. So as you consider what to bring back, I guess I would ask for a little bit of help in understanding what more to talk about, but maybe we can share more of the specifics we heard. But I did want to share that with you. As far as continuing to work with the hospitals, that might be a point of further council conversation that could be had with the leadership of our two hospital systems, Advent and Halifax, because really those are our partners that can make a huge difference in increasing our responders in the field. The quicker we can get them out of that emergency department and back on service for the next calls, the better off the entire community will be. So if that might be a very, in my opinion, productive conversation to have maybe with both of our hospital leadership on the wall times. But
I think we actually did address that in council
with some of
within
them.
the last few months.
Yes, I think we did.
Yeah, we did. I definitely did. And I understand what's going on nationally. The BLS, having the majority of calls not be high priority calls, I get, but I'm concerned about the ones that are, and I want to ensure that a BLS ambulance is not going to the ones that are because they're the only ones available, or that they're not having to wait because there are none available. And that is my concern.
Agreed.
And so, that's great that we're having these issues all over the country, but I don't care about the rest of the country. I care about Volusia County. So I know that we have really wonderful and professional people that work here, but we need to provide them the resources to be able to provide a safe public response system within county. And I have gone consistently to comm center, to the communication center over the last couple of years. And if you pick a night, it doesn't, I haven't gone in on a Saturday or, whatever the busy day is. I haven't said I'm going to specifically target, the really rough times. I've gone in on a Tuesday or whenever I can drop in, and consistently. And by the way, the reason I go in is because I'm being consistently told that this is occurring. And if I'm being consistently told that this is occurring, I need for staff to consistently tell me that this is occurring. If I know that this is occurring from the professionals who are out there working it, that's what I should be hearing. But when we have 11 ambulances on the road at night, and then we end up, 4 ambulances out of service at the hospital for over an hour, that's a problem. And I believe, I don't know all the specifics, but there was a Lake County deputy up at the north end of the county who was having severe breathing problems. Took a long time, well over an hour, to get him any kind of help. And I hope it wasn't BLS. I haven't had an opportunity to look into it, but God forbid we have one of our first responders that are having issues and they're not getting help, much less everyone else in the community. But so my final point on this, and the discussion to bring back, I don't want to hear any fluff coming back. I don't want to have another 5-hour workshop where we're just provided these things. I'm looking at the sheriff's office, right? The sheriff's office, law enforcement across the country is having these same issues. All first responders all over the country are having these issues. They are not able to get people. They're not able to retain people. They're having all these issues. Comm center having a lot of issues, right? All these things. The sheriff's office has come through. I believe he's asking for less of a budget. Somehow, since he's been able to increase pay tremendously. My husband and I were, I think we were in Brevard County, and a guy from Miami actually came up and said, "Oh, you're from Volusia County. Your sheriff's office is making big bucks now." This is a guy from Miami that knew this because he had heard about the big raises. The sheriff's office is giving raises and totally bringing up pay. The sheriff's office is giving bonuses. The sheriff's office is paying for insurance. The sheriff's office is now providing tons of equipment that should be available to them. And he has stepped in and really brought everything up to speed, and even by lessening his budget. So I don't understand how we can get $305 million from the federal government coming into our county, us crying that we're poor, and still not able to reboot our first responder system, the fire system and EMS. So, you know, I don't want to argue about wait times and well, we can't make agreements with the hospitals or whatever, but how about we just work on that? How about we just work on that end? How about we work on bringing up their pay to where, why can't we be top in the state? Why can't we be, have these recruitment things? A bonus coming on board is great, but if we're not paying a whole lot, that's not feeding their family. So I think there are a number of things that we can be doing, and I think following what the sheriff's office has been doing is a great model. We don't even have to reinvent the wheel. We could talk to them about what they're doing for recruitment and everything. They've redone their academy. Maybe we need to, you were talking about growing your own. I know we've had discussions about that. Really work on that end. There are a number of things that we could be doing, but I think going into the budget, this is something that we definitely need to be looking at going into the budget. Before we hit this budget, I'd really like to see that stuff addressed in the budget. I know that there are things that can be done to make those things happen, and I'm looking at the safety of the citizens and fire and EMS, and I think that will tremendously help in those times if we get more people on the road and we're keeping them happy. So that's what I would like to address. Staff can come back with something that models the sheriff's office or with their human resources stuff or retention or pay or whatever it is to get our fire and EMS up to speed. I would love to.
I can't do anything in 2 weeks, so that's just not feasible. And you've set the millage at the last meeting, so there's no going up. There's only going down. So,
But George, we got $305 million from the federal government over the last 2 years. Everyone's crying poor, but we're pouring money. I understand that we were so far behind. I totally understand we were so far behind. The medical examiner's office, the evidence division, EMS, so many things so far behind that we have rebooted and we're working on. And I get that. And I get we're pouring money down those things to try and get us up to par. But $305 million, we can't say, how in the world are we addressing all these projects in public works and all these projects in all these different divisions and still not being able to address our roadway infrastructure and our first responder areas and everything with $305 million.
Well, tens of millions of it are going into corrections, so it is going into the infrastructure. On top of that, I mean, we're adding infrastructure and EMS and fire where I can't get people. So, you know, a lot of this, you have to manage the timing of it. Like we said, we have 27 people right now we're onboarding towards paramedics right now. And we're growing our own. We're using, while we don't physically have an academy, we're working extremely close with the state college over there to provide. And they've been very good to be very flexible on their classes. So that's going on as we speak. But that, as we said back when we had the workshop, was going to take time. But money, it really isn't an issue in terms of getting people right now or building infrastructure. Now, pay is a different story that we'll have to deal with But remember, $305 million, that's one-time money versus pay. And that's a different animal, and we have to work together on that. And the sheriff, yes, he is. He gave 9% raises, I believe, last year, and he added things. But also, I don't know the makeup of his people, because I know he's turned over a lot of people. So, you can give bigger raises to people at the bottom who are just starting. And that's, by the way, what we've been doing, because a lot of our raises, if you
We've
go...
turned over a lot of people too.
Right, and a lot of our raises at $1 an hour works out to 8 or 9% raise when you're talking at the bottom of the scale.
So stop right there. Someone do the math, but how horrifying is that $1 an hour raise is going to be like 9% raise, which no one will ever get. And they're still not up to par. They're still,
actually,
and we're still advertising on the Volusia County website for $12.49 an hour jobs, even though we're saying we're raising the rates. Like,
I think all of those are being changed as we speak.
All I'm looking at, George, is the response times in EMS and fire, and the response times in EMS, and how many ambulances we have on the road, and the capacity to respond. I understand that other if we want to compare ourselves to other counties, that's great, but I don't care about other counties. All I care about is if someone has a stroke in our county, or God forbid, we have a Lake County deputy that can't breathe, any of those things, that they're responded to, and with an ALS ambulance that can actually work on them, and that we get someone to respond in an adequate time frame. And if that means that, so everything so far we're still there. You could still go in. There's 11, ambulances on the road at night, 14 during the day. We are a large county.
No, there's 23 to 4 ambulances on the road during the day, and at night it's at around 13 to 14.
And look, I've been hearing something here, but Heather,
And that's, by the way, that's the county system, and then we've contracted and worked in agreements with the cities. You've got several cities that are also in the transport business as well.
Heather, you mentioned something that kind of caught me, but and we've talked about this before. You say one of the problems is the ambulances are stuck in the hospitals. Well, you put more on the road, it just means more ambulances are going to be stuck at the hospitals. You just can't keep throwing ambulances and ambulances and ambulances, and they're piling up the hospital. We got to find a way. How do we get them out of the hospital, what we have?
Right, but it's not one or the other. And how horrifying is what you just said? If you have two waiting in the hospital right now, and no one on the road, or we can put more on the road to where now if you call in with a stroke,
in the hospital,
someone responds to you and at least gets you to the hospital. I would rather be at the hospital than waiting.
But then those two ambulances are stuck, so let's take and put 2 more. Then they're stuck.
If we get more people on the road, they're all just going to be sitting at the hospitals. How about they would be responding to calls? How about they would? Oh my goodness. You're right. So why even send them? You're right. So I heard that we could have something on next agenda, and if the thing on next agenda is we could discuss any possibilities, obviously not set in stone, George, but any possibilities of anything that we can do, whether it's getting the EMS in here, fire in here, anyone in here that can provide some input as to what we can be doing to really get more people as soon as possible.
I think he said 2 weeks was a little rushing, didn't you say?
He said 2 weeks to put a budget to give everybody raises. But
we would need a motion to, I think, their motion second.
To put it on the agenda. So I'm definitely making the motion to put it on the agenda to at least discuss it and see where we're at and what can be done to improve it, for sure.
Is there a second to Heather's motion?
I'll second.
Motion by Post, second by Bertman. For staff to bring back at the next county council meeting a discussion on.
Not the next one, right? No.
You didn't say 2 weeks?
Well, I mean, when staff believes it's it's best.
Well,
What's
what
your
needs to be
motion?
figured out? I mean, seriously. I mean, how hard is this? It's not the county agreeing to give raises across, you know, to come up with an idea. It's
We can't
Or an
put,
official.
by giving raises on our staff right here, we've already approved our millage rate, and we can't go ahead and budget now. We don't have the money. You know, we've
we
already planned on the
just
money we
discussed
have.
all of that, Ben. You didn't hear that part of the discussion?
But we're more talking about planning, right? We're more talking about planning what can be invested, maybe even for next year, for projections for what else. I thought Suzanne talked about having Advent and Halifax come in, and again, it may take time to prepare that to get them to come in. So at least give it 30, 45 days.
So they did come in and I brought it up to them and they spoke on it. Not specifically
Well,
for
but
that,
they weren't prepared for that. They didn't come in to speak for that. You asked them questions kind of on the spot. So I don't think that's the same as a thoughtful conversation about the issue and what opportunities there are to bring about change, even if it's projected for next year or whatever, what's in the works for changes. But
I'm just
that's
wondering,
my 2 cents.
I'm just wondering what the county can do that it sort of mimics what the sheriff's office is doing to improve the number of people that we have on the road and responding to calls. I think that greatly needs to be improved. And, you know, the bonus is great, but we have the ability to provide more. And I think that should absolutely be number one priority for the county, public safety. We have the ability to do that. We certainly have the ability to do it within this budget period, by the way. And it would be really looking at it, but it would also be rebooting and really working to fix it. So, football.
Mark, but before, I want to make sure what the motion is that we're debating. You asked staff to come back with information, not a final answer, in what period of time? Was there a time frame?
Well, all I'm looking at is this has been brought up over and over and over, and I'm looking at every day that passes, someone's getting that response.
Mark
So
Swanson, Interim Director of
as
Public
soon
Protection.
as possible, yesterday, you know, so the next meeting, I think it's very feasible. Yes, Mark.
We are working on things now.
I understand.
Recruitment. We have people in school. We have people coming out of paramedic school. We're working with the college to get scholarships to send people to school. All those things we're working on. And, you know, it takes time to grow your own paramedics.
I
And
understand.
we are going to do that, but it just takes time. And we're working every avenue we possibly can to get more employees.
So, except not putting their pay to this where it should be. That is huge.
And that takes money, as we all know.
Exactly, which is why we need to discuss it as county council. That's literally our role. I think that should be absolutely number one priority. It can be done. It absolutely can be done. The sheriff has proven that it can be done. And we should absolutely look at that. And I think we're at a very detrimental, even for one person. I don't understand like how public safety is not number one priority.
Well, we are making it number one priority. We're trying to get the recruitment, get
I
new
understand.
employees in
But
the front door.
We have the
and-
ability to provide them with good pay, top pay. And so that's my motion. For us to have an agenda item to really look at the pay of fire and EMS, really work on the
I don't
paramedic
believe we're
side.
allowed to do that while we're in union negotiations. We're in open union negotiations right now.
With which one? Not all of them.
Almost all of them.
Negotiations with fire and EMS right now.
Well, I guarantee you they'll cancel their negotiations to have a discussion on raising the pay.
We could have an executive session.
This isn't kosher.
I think
But,
why don't we have an executive discussion then? Executive session. We never have executive sessions, so council. That's a meeting by ourselves to discuss very important issues that should be top priority, where we actually make decisions.
It would have to
that we move
be
forward
on bargaining strategy issues, cannot be
Only.
beyond that.
And that executive session could provide, it's actually perfect timing, because it could provide direction in those negotiations.
It's council's,
Literally the-
council's choice on that.
Right.
I'm gonna change my motion to us having an executive session to discuss pay of EMS, well, first responder.
May I speak for a second?
Yeah, let's see if we get a second on that, and then we can discuss it. Is there a second on the motion to?
I'll second it for ongoing discussion.
Okay. Danny Robbins.
We can simplify this 1,000,000% and not be here for another 2 hours. Director Swanson, good job, by the way. You guys are doing a hell of a job. You go ahead and what you told us, prepare an email. Let us see what's going on first. Just in black and white, some bullet points of the avenues. It'll take you 10 minutes rather than this, that, and the other, and all this Barnum and Bailey show. We need to be efficient as possible here. I know this is a top priority of this whole council. I've heard them say it numerous times, and the staff, that first responders are our top priority. And I know you guys are working hard. I really do, and I say that sincerely. Can you do that, George? I can't direct him to do that, but can he put that in an email for us on just what everybody's doing, and maybe just some comparative pay scales? But also, too, we got to remember, can't do this when we set the trim rate at full rollback amount. And I haven't heard all year any avenues for new revenues from you, Ms. Post, or
The $305 million.
any cuts. That ship has sailed. We need to get off that wagon.
It's horrifying.
We've already voted and had workshops on that, so that's no longer in play. So at the end of the day, thank you. If you can prepare that with George's permission,
Direction of the county manager. Yes.
and we can just go from there and simplify this process 1.5% without going down all these rabbit holes unnecessarily. Thank you.
Other post.
So just a suggestion for council to really simplify so that you can get the data, because I'm positive that if you had the data, you would absolutely act on it for sure. So I get the hospital, the EMS notifications via email, because it goes out whenever ambulances are put on diversion. And so I get those emails. I don't get all the emails, apparently. Sometimes there's some glitches, but most of them. So if you want to be added to that, I'm sure that staff would be happy to add that for you so that you can see the consistency in general with which there are large wait times and it's affecting our citizens.
Okay, but your motion on the floor is to have an executive session to discuss ways to increase pay.
Yes.
Seconded by Gertman. Any other discussion? All in favor, call the roll, please.
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry.
No.
Ms. Post.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
I'd really like to see what we're dealing with first before we, need an executive session. But, we can do an executive session, but we're putting the cart in front of the horse. Yes.
Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Gertman.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes. So you'll schedule one, let us...
Yeah, we'll attempt to put it on the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think everyone will be very appreciative in the long run of the impact that something like that would have in the current status, both in wait times, morale, yada, yada, but certainly in the response for the citizens. That's the main goal. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
I'm good. Billy Wheeler.
Yes, I have one item. Mr. Chair, you and I both have had a lot of calls from Pelican Bay and the situation that was over there with the project across the street with the Amazon area and all of that, and their plea to us to try to have some kind of remedies. And Tad, if you could just come forward. They have been in contact again, and the council people from Daytona has contacted me. Can you explain what all has been going on and what we can possibly do to help move this forward?
Yes, ma'am. I've been contacted by Ms. Cantu over at the city in regards to Pelican Bay and the HOA and that third access point that would be on Williamson down at the south
Which
end.
they need.
County is certainly in favor of adding as many connection points as possible, especially when you have that many homes in a subdivision. Spoken with her, she was asking about the county's schedule with regard to Williamson, because that has a large effect on that connection.
Mm-hmm.
As such, I'd explained to her that currently that road, it's fifth on the priority list that the council set back in January. It has been partially funded based on ARPA money, approximately $2.3 million, and then the 2.7 that was collected as a part of the proportionate fair share for the Amazon side. So the overall project cost is estimated to be about 7.5, assuming no large inflation jumps. That probably will occur, but we basically have 2/3 of the overall project funded. And in order to really be able to set a construction schedule, we would really need to allocate the funds necessary for that, or the council would need to direct me to allocate the funds necessary for that. We do have money available between our impact fees, local option gas tax, and unallocated proportionate fair share in that particular zone that could be used to make up that difference, so that we could go ahead and program that. We'd certainly take a look at that, bring that back to the council for approval. What that would allow them to do is the project in particular adjacent to Amazon, being developed by the same development group, is got in their PUD agreement with the city of Daytona that they would reach certain milestones with that access point, and the developer will contribute $500,000. To be able to hit those milestones, they need to know what our process is, and with Williamson, because that will affect their design overall, both schedule and in type. So with that money being allocated to our particular project, we can move forward and then be able to give them concrete answers and work with their engineer on the development of their driveway connection.
Yeah, I think, this has been such a hot topic, but it's so essential that, we're in a time frame because they've got an opportunity to get, 500,000, and there is a time frame. Mm-hmm. It's needed, absolutely needed, and I guess what we're really talking to is putting in that turn lane, correct?
Correct.
Yes. So, so what again would be our options for moving that forward?
Yeah, I don't have the specific options outlined to bring to the council today, but we could take a look at the 3 different funding sources that we have under our direct control as of today, which we, again, were impact fees for that particular zone, proportionate fares from that were collected from that particular zone, and then the gas tax across the entire county. We definitely have the money across those 3 to be able to make up that 2.5, but you'd want to see how the other projects in that particular zone or ahead of it on the priority list potentially affect those, and we could do that and present that to the council.
I think it would be really important. Again, there's a time frame here and an opportunity for them, and they got the buy-in finally from all of their 1,800 residents in that area to move forward. That area has been a topic of putting something in there for quite some time, another entrance. Desperately needed, especially after the approval of the project over there by the airport. So, council, Jeff, you've heard from them also. I think I would really like to see if we could have staff come back with some ideas. They need to have a commitment. We're going to do it, correct? they just need a commitment that we are definitely going to do it and when. Am I right? Is that the commitment that they need from us?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I'd like to see this moving forward. I've only got a few more months, and I would not see this dropped and then miss that opportunity that they have to collect so much money. Is everybody in agreement that staff would just look at that to see? Jeff, George, is that?
Probably
I know you're about ready to.
As long as everyone understands.
Yes.
That it's got to be, like he said, within existing money
Yeah.
is there. So there's no new money.
There's no ARPA funds.
You've already applied ARPA
Okay.
funds to this.
Okay.
So.
Additional, I meant, yeah.
There's nothing additional.
Okay.
So you'll have the prop share, as he said, from that area. But we'll look at what we can put together. That was the gap was, I think we already have money for design, but we don't have the complete amount for construction. But we'll look across all the other projects and see.
If that would be okay, just to bring that back to discuss what the options are, so we can give them a commitment of some sort, or at least discuss what the possibilities are. So,
I will note
Yeah.
too that the other phase of the Hillwood and the Amazon, the part that they're in their discussions on, we have not talked to them about their proportionate fair share. So even that 2.5 could potentially be reduced based on whatever comes out of that discussion.
I would like to have all of that as facts in front of me. But
I don't know that we'll have that portion
Yeah.
worked out
Right.
shortly, because we haven't even started the discussions, and don't know that they were that far along in their traffic study.
Yeah.
But that is something that will affect future amounts, and anything that we allocate, if we allocate something from gas taxes or impact fees, as other proportionate fair share
Right.
projects become available, particularly in this area that get earmarked for it, we would reduce those two items if either one is used.
Right. Would council be okay if I asked?
Why don't you make that a motion for the staff to come back with funding options for the Williamson Road, Pelican Bay entrance and
Turn
exit?
lane.
The Williamson project from Bevel to
Yes.
Madelon.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Thank you. Dan.
Second by Robbins. Any other discussion?
No new money. No new money.
No new money.
No new money.
Yeah, I can't print money.
But it may take money from another project. We'll see the options.
Yeah, we have a certain amount of money that has not been allocated as yet overall. So that's where I would pull it from. I'm not
Washington just prints it.
Yes, they do.
All right. Any other questions? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Was that Fred?
Yes. Thank you, council. Thank you.
And the motion carries 7-0. Was that it? Barb Gartman.
I'm sorry, Barbara. I'm sorry. I do want to thank everybody so very, very much, staff. And again, I thanked at the last meeting, but for all your support and your prayers and everything for this last 6 weeks that I was going through terminal illness with my sister, and to the council that reached out to me. Just the citizens that reached out clear across the county and the state, actually, but my staff was just amazing. Terry just helped me tremendously to maintain the things that I needed to do. I truly felt like I had a Volusia family that was there, and it's something I needed really bad, and I sincerely appreciate everybody's thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
No problem. That was more than worth it, and just sorry you had to go through that. The only thing I wondered where we are and will be with our NRAC, the environmental committee, and have applications gone out? what if we had come back? I've just had a lot of. Is that me? Oh, Fred, stop it, Fred. Yeah. So, can anybody give me feedback? I mean, not feedback, but give me information on where we are with that. Oh.
Good afternoon, Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. So council obviously passed that resolution, which went into effect. So that sets the criteria for members that we're taking kind of applicants. So I believe we're I don't know how many applicants we've received, but
We're probably between 10 and 15 applicants right now. The day after the last council meeting, the revised application was released along with a press release. And we've received 10 to 15 applications.
Okay, so interested parties, we can just refer them to you. Okay. Because I think a lot of the issues that we've talked about, I think should also be part of those that we're appointing to the NRAC committee, as far as the wildlife corridor and other concerns, environmental concerns. I would like to hear from our citizens on it, the appointees on it. I'm also interested to get a list of upcoming, any open or upcoming committee appointments. I think that has created more interest, and I think it's a good opportunity to kind of get that information and keep it out there. And to speak to that, I don't know that this happens often, but it does seem that we get a lot of interest from outside of Volusia County about Volusia County. And I don't know if it's part of our criteria that that our appointees have to be Volusia residents. Is that part of our criteria?
We did.
Okay.
That was one of the.
That is, okay, all right. So then that's all I had. We've had plenty. So thank you.
Thank you. I will just add in light of this day that for all of those in the public that are disappointed with what happened with the wildlife corridor, don't lose heart. It will continue to be promoted. I will continue to promote it because time is short with the money that's left. But there was also good news coming to you about alternate ways to fund the purchase of environmentally sensitive lands that we need to preserve that doesn't come from taxpayers. So that will go on, and as will the effort to resolve the issues surrounding the I-95 wildlife corridor. The inquiry request will stand. Today I received new information about funding that I will, after this discussion today, I will take to the county attorneys and ask them to explain exactly what that means. So we'll continue to work on that. And at that 4:06, this meeting is adjourned. Let's see if